Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paweł Pietrzek. I'm the General Director of the State Archives, and on my behalf of the State Archives and Mr. Krawczuk, the Director of the National Archive in Krakow, here, where we are at this point, where our second forum, which is going to last 3 days, is happening. I would like to welcome all of you, and especially let me welcome the Minister Jarosław Czuba, who is the General Director of the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage, the Deputy of Fire Brigade, Mr. Adam Konieczny, Vice Voivod of Małopolska Voivodeship, Mr. Małodziński, who is not here yet, I believe. In 3 minutes he will be here, so let's welcome him once officially already. And let me also welcome everyone, all of you, all the directors, all the heads of very important cultural institutions in the whole Department of Culture, whether it's museums, library, or other units and institutions. We are among experts, specialists who want to talk about a very important subject, which is security, safety, and I hope that nobody will feel offended that I will not name everyone here, because I have a long list here, but we have a streaming, so we don't have much time to name everyone. Once again, welcome. So we need to stick to our time frame. So once again, welcome everyone, especially just at the end, the delegation of our guests from Ukraine, headed by the chairman of the National State Archives, Mr. Chromov. I'm very happy that you came here safe. And I'm very pleased that State Archives are again one of the major organizers of this event. And let me remind you that the first forum was organized in the pandemic period of 2021, and it aroused great interest actually. And I believe that the same happens now. We can see that there's a lot of participants here. And also, there was a huge interest in the event, so we had to limit the list of on-site participants. But I would like to encourage you to follow our debates online. You have access in 3 languages, actually: Polish, Ukrainian, and English. It's available on YouTube of the State Archives, of course. Well, the subject of the safe collections, well, we treat that in the whole culture field, especially in archives, not only because of difficult historical experiences, but also in the face of challenges, current challenges, especially in the face of Russian aggression against Ukraine. I also think that it is important to talk about safe in terms of heritage, national heritage. We need to debate and discuss about it in the hugest team of experts, not only culture related, but also other expert services, for example, international, like fire stations, firefighters, and other police officers. So different services are important in this debate, and I believe that it shows the need to have such exchange of experiences. The war in the east, behind our border, in terms of knowledge, in terms of measures, how to secure our archives, whether it's libraries, museums, archives, is important, right? Because they are at the threat or at the danger of actually extinction. The conflict that is going on in Ukraine shows more and more challenges, but also more possibilities within our respect. So I believe that we are going to talk about this subject more today. The Polish State Archives actually are very active to support our colleagues from Ukraine, State Archives in Ukraine, and as we are going to talk about the scope of this support, so I'm not going to go into details now. I just want to emphasize that our close relationships in terms of archives between Poland and Ukraine has a long tradition, and they started even before the war broke out. And I believe this is also reflected in the current situation, where we are helping our colleagues, our Ukrainian colleagues, and it's actually it's easier for us to support them. I believe that the chairman of the State Archives of Ukraine is here with us, and our relationships are really, really good. We exchange our knowledge, our experiences, and we are trying to meet their needs and support them in this regard. Obviously, in our activities, sometimes we have certain struggles, obstacles. One of them is, for example, the fact that archives in Ukraine are under the Ministry of Justice, and in Poland it is under the Ministry of Culture, which cause a little bit of inconvenience, I would say, especially in this broader scope where we're talking about culture, right? Especially, but probably the general director is going to talk about it more. But what I want to say is that the things that were directed toward the archives in Ukraine were not always, it was not always possible to reach, the Ministry of Culture because they are within the Ministry of Justice. But we are doing our best to cope with that issue, and hopefully in the future we'll also manage to do that well. Referring to what I have just said, I would like to come back to what I started actually. So, how to treat the safety of collections and the safety of heritage in general. So I would like to share with you certain observations and assumptions that I made. What we are trying actually to do within the state archives, especially for the last 2 years, to increase the safety, right? That's the goal. Well, first of all, we have worked out unanimous methodological tools that are present in 33 archives, and we have worked out the most important tools and collections designed for first evacuation. Well, obviously these collections were started before, that was happening already there, but we started checking how it is carried out, and obviously in each archive they did it in a different manner, in a different way. There were different categories of what is more important, less important, more valuable, less valuable. So we introduced a unified methodology, let's say. So we're talking about evacuation. We drew attention to the fact that if we consider evacuation of collections, we need to have a fraction even of that, right? We can't opt for a huge number of collections because it will not work out. It will not make sense. That's what we corrected, modified according to the newest methodological guidelines. And we also marked it specifically, and that's how we standardized this labeling concerning also rules of their location. We want them to be in storage houses where it is possible to get them out of this place. And it's not all. Just planning what we want to evacuate is just the beginning of our path. We also need to know where to deliver these archives and how to do it. So what we did, we actually, when considering, of course, threats, we select certain archives where these most valuable collections are going to be delivered, and we also selected routes of delivery. I think it's a very practical approach, not only from a theoretical perspective, but even practical perspective. We have made a lot of steps forward. We know what to do, and I would say we have gone through a practical phase. But that is not all. The most important thing which we have started is one of our, I would say, many projects that are going on, strategic project. And the one that I would like to mention today is about building a network of state archives and actually the distribution of materials. Replace materials, necessary materials to secure the process of this evacuation that I just mentioned. So we created a concept of building 5 regional distributional centers, and I hope that the first of them is going to be finished till the end of this year in Rzeszów city. And I think it is important because that's another thing of practical. That's another practical approach to the subject. After our experiences in the support that we provided to Ukraine, we came to a conclusion that we cannot wait any longer, because in a crisis situation we can't think, where should we take this thing from? No, we have to already know where they should go, where we should take them from, and so on on and so forth. So that is important to know that beforehand, especially in terms of distributions. That's what we did beforehand. As I said, we are preparing building the centers. They're going to be well equipped, and in the centers we're going to collect the materials which will be necessary for possible evacuation or for, let's say, selecting these archives, these collections, and distribute these collections and save these collections at the same time. And this is happening right now within the strategic project which is taking place in our state archives. And actually it has been taking place from the beginning of this year. The first center in Rzeszów city is going to be finished till the end of this year, 2023. Also, today, apart from exchanging knowledge, experiences, and skills related to evacuation and securing collections, we are also preparing ourselves through another project, which is the implementation of course, in collaboration with the fire station in Warsaw, dedicated only to the workers of state archives, implementation of or establishment of the Academy of Safety. And we are trying to educate the leaders, those who in these 33 archives are going to be in the front line and will be responsible for providing this safety during this phase, this distribution works. What's also important is that we are educating not only from a practical, theoretical perspective, but also from a practical perspective and workshop and field perspective. So I would say that our works are in a wide scope, as you can see. These activities that I have just presented, I believe all of them require engagement, determination. So I want to say a huge thank you to all my collaborators from our state archives, but also other archives in the whole Poland. Let me thank you once again, because we all know that these current issues, there are current issues going on all the time, a lot of things. But what is important? It's important to create a priority list, right? And safety issues are most important for us. It's a serious subject for us. So I would like to again say a huge thank you to our collaborators and workers. But we are aware also of the fact that this works need to be consistent and developed all the time. We also draw conclusions from what we are doing, and also from our joint activities that I mentioned at the beginning of my speech. For example, from this year's activities, exercises that we did in the field that was organized by the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage, and we organized that in the network of state archives. And I believe that these activities need to be developed because we need to have a responsible approach toward the state archives. We need to have a practical thinking, and we need to refer to real possibilities on not this paper-like competences, because all this make us possible to meet challenges, to overcome challenges. Now, remember that there are more and more challenges, so we have to be ready and be able to fight them. Of course, our awareness is growing as well, because for the last 2 years we have been working really actively. We have a lot of innovative technologies, innovations, ideas. So I trust that we together as co-organizers are going to invite you to become engaged in this joint effort, and perhaps we'll be able to work on that together, at least in some aspect, in some scopes, because the basic, let's say, first of all, we need the courage, right, when thinking about these threats. But on the other hand, we also need to be aware of this, of our possibilities. So we need to rely on skills that we already have and that we have tried out in practice. And together we can do more, right? So just to finish my presentation, I would like to emphasize once again that this subject is really important and it's going to be discussed during this 3-day forum. The majority of the forum is actually a workshop formula. So during this debate, this workshops, we'll be able to discuss different subjects, and we are going to try to exchange this knowledge, this experience, and be better prepared for the next challenges ahead of us. Thank you so much, and I would like to wish you fruitful discussions, nice experience, especially from here, but also Krakow as a city. And I would like to wish all of you and myself, of course, a constructive debate and the right conclusions, final conclusions, which we are going to draw at the end. Thank you so much. And now let me ask... I'm going to moderate actually the first part of this, not session, but the first part of this conference forum. And let me ask now Mr. Marek Chwała, the Chief of the Fire Service Officers School in Krakow, to give a presentation, an introductory presentation. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Director, for your introduction, and thank you that you are here with us here. Thank you. And at the very beginning, let me welcome all the participants here, but also online. I'd like to welcome all the speakers and all those who have contributed to organize this forum. Also, let me say a huge thank you to the organizers, to patronages, for co-organizers, partners. It's a huge list, actually, and it's a huge support for us and for all those that made a huge contribution and effort to prepare this event, this forum. I'm sure that leaving this place will be convinced that it was a great event. Well, I had the State Fire Service Officers School in Krakow, and I'm real proud of this function. And I'm real proud of the fact that over 20 years ago we started this initiative to build and lead and organize forums dedicated to safe collection, safe heritage. And a lot has changed over the years, whether it's regulations, approaches, views towards safety in general. Not only safety in terms of people, but also in terms of culture, heritage, national heritage, where every 2 years this school organizes such conferences. Well, every day, every year, let me say, every year we gain more and more knowledge, right? And that's why we collaborate with national archives, with museums and other units where such collections are present, culture materials are present, that they may be in danger, where we can help, right? Because we want to help all the workers to evacuate such cultural collections and materials. That's why we also organize evacuation exercises, how to prepare these materials for evacuation. I also need to mention one person. Of course, I would like to bow in front of the commander for his words, but I need to also mention Mr. Sałaciński, because he's done a lot of work and put a lot of his heart in the development of the school in terms of safety of culture, materials and collections. So a huge thank you to you. Ladies and gentlemen, today's forum gathers people with different interests, whether it's architects or conservatists or archivists, scientists, but also firefighters. That's a huge team of experts, which allows us to exchange experience in different fields, and it will contribute to building and developing safety in general. Well, let this time to be for us another milestone, collaboration, the sense of fulfillment. I want to wish this to all of you, because this subject, I mean, safety of heritage is really important. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And I would now like to welcome Mr. Krzysztof Sałaciński, the Counsel at the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage and the President of the Polish Blue Shield Committee. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear guests from Ukraine, I'm very happy that I have the opportunity to meet you, to be here, and I prepared a speech for this special occasion. I would like to say a few words because we have very important people here dealing with the safety of cultural heritage. And on the other hand, we are also aware that we are here today to discuss about new methods and tools. It is especially important when we think about the experience of our colleagues from Ukraine. This is something that we have to speak about loud. And today we are also facing a dilemma in which direction to go. Build a unified system or a dispersed system, how to combine the efforts of professional services, other uniform services, and how to reflect it in legal regulations and organizational activities. So it's been a challenge for years, but now it is especially important, and we are aware that what's happening across our eastern border is something to think about. We are a friendly country and very open to all problems related to the safety of cultural heritage. But on the other hand, we cannot forget that we need to discuss and we need to try to change those elements. And therefore, the Polish Committee of the Blue Shield is currently celebrating its 20th anniversary. On March 8, 2002, on my initiative, a meeting was held at the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage to initiate the establishment of this committee. On March 11, 2004, a declaration on the formation of the committee was signed in accordance with the requirements of the International Blue Shield Committee. From the perspective of the passing time, I want to emphasize that from the beginning of its activity, Polish Blue Shield Committee has focused its main attention on the protection of cultural heritage in case of special threats, including threats of war and crisis, as well as on the promotion in the Republic of Poland of the principles of protection of cultural property. So for over 20 years, we have been talking professionally about those issues, regardless of the circumstances. It needs to be underlined that our accession to the EU and the NATO structures was not always contributing to the discussions about the safety of cultural heritage. So our achievement include many training projects, workshops, conferences, fairs, discussions in the scientific community, and also among experts in the conditions of practical implementation of tasks during international missions, including the missions of the Polish army in the areas of armed conflict. Our experts were in Iraq and in Afghanistan as well. So we trained them as part of the implementation of NATO objectives, and we are also preparing civilian experts to take part in EU missions related to culture. It may happen that soon there will be an EU mission launched in Ukraine, and maybe our professionals will be there as well. So, in view of the past activities of the Polish Blue Shield Committee in the implementation of tasks, emergency assistance, and advisory for the benefit of the endangered cultural heritage, I consider that it is necessary to prepare a project which, in a comprehensive way, takes up the subject of security of collections in museums, libraries, archives, and will, in a scientific way, present the problem of protecting monuments and collections against fire. Therefore, within the framework of long working cooperations, and as Mr. Chwała said, it's over 20 years of working cooperation with uniform services and the fire service school and fire service headquarters and all other entities. We decided to discuss all those problems and issues. So the need to protect cultural heritage is especially important to our colleagues from Ukraine, which I would like to welcome very warmly, and I would like to thank them for accepting the invitation to this forum. I would also like to remind you, as the director of the National Archives said, that after our meeting in November 2021, these were the times of the pandemic, and we talked about environmental, climatic, and fire threats. The topic aroused a lot of interest. You can still watch this material on YouTube in English and in Polish. So our initiative was very well received, and the number of attendees and the involvement of a lot of people online is very important. I would like to welcome them as well. It all means that we have members of the Polish Blue Shield Committee here as well. And as the director said a few months ago, it actually took a year of very difficult work to professionally prepare this project. So when it comes to safety, we cannot use any makeshift solutions. We have to show everybody that it is something related to the safety of cultural heritage, and is very important not only from the perspective of the war in the Ukraine, but also in the perspective of building a uniform system here in Poland. Therefore, at the beginning of this project, I am very convinced this will make a significant contribution to the global and national discussion, which is very important because we had a lot of emails from Switzerland, Austria, Germany, other countries, which are very interested in what we are going to discuss today. So I believe that those issues related to the protection of national heritage in case of war and other emergency situations will be discussed here extensively. Therefore, I would like to thank the organizers, co-organizers, and partners of this forum for the effort put into its preparation, the time spent, as well as the financial contribution to the organization of the event and the involvement in promoting this event. So this is a huge effort, and I would like to appreciate everyone who was involved in it. I will focus on special thanks to the management of the Ministry of the Culture and National Heritage, which is represented by Mr. Jarosław Czuba, the General Director, for accepting the initiative to organize this forum, financial contributions, and follow-up of this especially important event. So we talked a number of times how to organize it, how to arrange everything. I would like to also address the the commander-in-chief of the fire service for all the effort made, not only organizationally, but also financially. And special thanks to the general director of the National Archives, Mr. Pietrzyk and Professor Krawczuk, and the whole team working here in the National Archives in Krakow, Ms. Anna Krochmal, and other people who were very much involved in this project. So I was here 2 weeks ago and I had nothing to say. Everything was prepared perfectly, and I think we'll continue this way. So as the organizers, we believe that the protection of cultural heritage in the circumstances of war is difficult, and it requires a lot of effort. Therefore, today, in the face of the war, we have to discuss the new approach to protecting this valuable resource in Poland and globally. So it is especially important for us when we think about the destruction of cultural heritage during the Second World War, and therefore now it is very painful for us that across the eastern border the cultural heritage is now destroyed purposefully because of the Russian invasion. That's why the organizers decided to provide simultaneous translation of into English and Ukrainian during this forum, so that we have a global outreach. I would also like to thank our guests from Ukraine for their personal presence here, including the director of the Literature Museum from Kharkov. So that's a 30-hour trip to get here. So I think we need to appreciate our guests with a round of applause. I would also like to thank our experts, so people of science and practitioners who agreed to participate in this forum. So they will deliver their speeches, they will facilitate panel discussions, they will also be involved in the workshops part. We have over 260 people present here who will participate in this event, and due to their interest, due to their professional activities, are actively involved in building the safety of the national heritage. And the great interest that we have observed in connection with this event, something that I appreciate very much, something I'm very proud of. I was told to add this comment, makes me hopeful that in 2 years' time, when we have another project, Krakow will become the main place of discussions about the safety of cultural heritage in the Republic of Poland. And today, on behalf of the Polish Blue Shield Committee, I would like to say that there is a need to create a national program related to the safety of cultural heritage, either under the patronage of the Ministry of Culture or based on some other formula. So the program and its assumptions were first presented in 2001 during a conference on the safety of cultural treasure and new technologies. So if you check the materials from that event, everything that was mentioned there is still updated. So we just need to rewrite it and implement it. So there is a will to create this program, and I think it should first focus on the weakest institutions, the local government institutions, private institutions, which need support and which have very valuable collections. So I would like to thank you again for accepting the invitation to this forum, and I would like to encourage you to discuss and to take new inspiring initiatives in this scope. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for this welcome speech. And now I will ask the General Director of the Culture and National Heritage, Mr. Jarosław Czuba. Okay, so the first minutes of the meeting, and we have already heard some recommendations, so I will be very happy to share. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Gliński, the Minister of Culture and National Heritage, asked me to read a letter dedicated to this forum. So the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage, Professor Piotr Gliński. Dear all, I would like to warmly welcome you to the International Forum Safe Collections, Safe Heritage, Museums, Libraries, Archives in the Face of Threats, held at the National Archive in Krakow and many other cultural institutions of this unique city, which celebrates this year the 45th anniversary of its inscription on the UNESCO World Heritage List. The National Archive is one of the many very modern archival facilities built in recent years, which meet high security standards with respect to people and collection, and which performs the important function of protecting the collected national heritage. It is worth to promote this institution domestically and internationally. I am pleased that the invitation to co-organize this extremely important event was accepted by the Commander-in-Chief of the State Fire Service, the Chief Director of the State Archives, the President of the Polish Blue Shield Committee, the Commander of the School of Fire Protection Officers in Krakow, the Director of the International Cultural Center, Director of the National Museum in Krakow, Director of the Jagiellonian Library, the Parish Priest of St. Mary's Basilica in Krakow, as well as representatives of other cultural institutions and non-governmental organizations working in the field of protection of heritage. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting guests from Ukraine to the forum, whom I would like to warmly welcome. Among us, there are archivists, librarians, museum workers who carry out the tasks of preservation and rescue of their collections under wartime conditions. So despite the enormity of the challenges and tasks, they decided to participate in this event to provide you with the knowledge of the activities undertaken to protect cultural heritage under wartime conditions. On February 23rd, 2022, a day before Russia's aggression against Ukraine, I established a task force at the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage to analyze and monitor threats to cultural heritage and to assist Ukraine's cultural institutions. Our country's assistance to Ukraine is multi-layered. It includes material support, internship and scholarship programs, in-kind assistance to museums, libraries, archives through donation of materials to strengthen the security of collections, digitalization programs, inventory programs, programs to archive, consolidate, develop, and popularize the documentation. We'll continue these activities in the future because we know how important it is to preserve national identity and national heritage for future generations. So hostilities in Ukraine, attacks on cultural heritage sites, and the looting of Ukrainian collections are a violation of the international principles set forth in the 1954 Convention for the Protection of Cultural Property in the Event of Armed Conflict, as well as the 1970 UNESCO Convention on the means of prohibiting and preventing the illicit import, export, and transfer of ownership and cultural property. I know that at the forum you intend to discuss how to counteract threats and destruction of collections during hostilities, propose legal and organizational solutions to strengthen the security of national heritage in the Republic of Poland in the light of recent experience, and present best practices. Poland is a country whose cultural heritage has suffered great damage throughout history, especially during World War II, and Poland seeks to make an important contribution to the security of cultural heritage at the international forum. So I would like to convey my appreciation and thanks to the organizers, co-organizers, and partners of the forum for preparing a very elaborate program, as well as ensuring the scientific nature of this event and inviting our guests from Ukraine. I wish you fruitful, constructive deliberations and deepening your knowledge in the area of cultural heritage security. With best regards, Piotr Gliński. Thank you very much. Thank you for reading out the letter from the Minister of Culture and National Heritage. The director will soon be back on stage. And now I will give the floor to the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Fire Service.
Dear Director, Director General, President, Commanders-in-Chief, ladies and gentlemen, online and here on site, and also from Ukraine. Today we are starting the international forum, which is going to last 3 days in a beautiful Krakow city. And as the President mentioned, it is good that we are having it in Krakow because it's the 33rd anniversary of salt mine in Wieliczka, and Krakow entered in the list of the world's heritage. And it's a very unique event, another one within the collaboration that we are having, we have been having with the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage, together with the State of Archives and the National Fire Services, because there people meet, different people from libraries, from museums, from offices meet, and scientists meet, and also we as firefighters, which is really important for us, because during these meetings we can share our knowledge and experience, and this allows us to develop, to broaden our knowledge. And when talking about safety, never before had such a safety been as it is today. I'm really pleased that over 250 representatives of different institutions participate. I mean, museums, libraries, offices. But we are able to reach to other people who are with us online all over the world. That's why I want to send my thanks to those who are interested in such an event, and thank you. We have entered very difficult times with new challenges, new threats. These threats are being more. I mean, we have more and more of such threats, not only in Ukraine, behind our border, but there are also some weather conditions that are changing. Right, climate change. This is something that we are experiencing, and it is also a threat to us. And us, as a service, fire service, we have been trained and we have experienced a lot during the pandemic as well. And all this, the subject that we are going to discuss today regards the times of peace, but also war. From our point of view as a firefighter, well, destruction is quite similar, whether it's a fire or a war conflict, or during whether it's a flood. So we as firefighters need to meet a lot of challenges. We experience a lot of risks when it comes to saving people. And when talking about people, despite the fact that it is still waiting, the subject is still waiting for its regulations. For me, myself, it's an area of my profession, actually, and my interest area as well. And it's about safety of what is most important for people: life, health, dignity, place of living, right? But also cultural goods, cultural collections that reflect our identity, national identity. I treat people's safety as a sort of like a over-construction, something that is over what we have worked out for the last years. And At this point, it is all dispersed, as the professor mentioned, and we want to unify all these elements. That's why we need to focus on details, especially when talking about our relationships. We need to find solutions in the scope of planning, organizing activities, preventive activities. So everything that actually has been said already, because so much has been done. Yes, it has been done. We have evidence, we have recourse, we have prepared a lot of things already in terms of evacuation that was mentioned in the previous speech, because this is an area for our collaboration. This is an area for collaboration of directors, but also us as services, because we are going to implement these activities in the future. It might also regard civil protection, but also interventions, reacting. This is also a crucial domain for us, and what we are going to work out in this first phases, which is protection of monuments, and then protection or evacuation of these materials. It is an important aspect. We need to collaborate within this in this regard. And on the third day of the forum, please feel invited to come to workshops, because there will be a practical show of exercises within this center. I mentioned civil protection and people protection because it's going to be regulated, but I want to assure you that despite excluding this regulation in terms of civil protection, we talked a lot about war conflicts, armed conflicts in Ukraine, but we have used the potential of the national fire service, and with our resources we are able to react to any emergencies that will arise based on international humanitarian law, mutual agreements in the scope of mutual support assistance, but also EU mechanism for people's protection. I'm talking about it because from the very beginning of the war in Ukraine, we have recorded over 28,000 interventions that are treated as a civil action. And in the meantime, we have also been providing help, assistance, but also coordination of international and national help for Ukraine. We have organized a logistic hub in Rzeszów city, within which we have delivered over 6,000 pallets with fire machines, equipment, but also in Nisk hub, over 600 fire trucks. We organize all this with over 6,000 firefighters are engaged in this process, but at the same time we are doing other tasks within civil protection, people's protection, and we are helping also other countries like the Czech Republic, France, Turkey, Greece within this assistance when talking about fire assistance, but also humanitarian assistance. It is also important to mention that the fact that within our collaboration, there has been a special council of cultural goods, which is present here, and you are all participants of this council. And within this council, we discuss another module within this EU mechanism, which is going to be related to the protection of cultural goods, and Poland also wants to have a good, important place within it. Now, there has been a lot of thanks already, but I want to say thank you as well. Especially, I want to give thanks to organizers and also other people who contributed to this forum, to the organization of this forum, because it's a very high level, and thanks to that we can exchange our knowledge, experience. I would like to thank the Director General, the President, who are wonderful. Everyone who contributed to organizing this event, whether it's the state archives, but also the Ministry of Culture, National Heritage. Let me also say a huge thank you to the National Fire Services, especially People's Protection Bureau, all the workers and leaders, and also State Fire Service Officers School in Krakow. I know that that's a 20 years tradition, you're right. We have a huge tradition, a long tradition with that, in that respect, as in terms of publications as well, not only in organizing these events. Together with the training center that operate within the school that I mentioned, we together have been publishing different articles and papers, and now there will be another publication that will be available to you, and it gained over 70 points. So we are developing in this regard as well, and I'm very pleased to invite you to participate in the second, third days of this forum, which will take place in the Chief Officer's School in Krakow, where we are going to talk about major risks for monuments. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to prolong my introduction because it has already been quite long, but let me just express hope, my hope, that this 3 days forum, exchange of experience and knowledge, will be another step for further development of our collaboration, and hopefully we'll be able to effectively build resistance using your experiences, also of our Ukrainian guests. Let me also add that within this collaboration with the director Jacek Zwojna, we have during the last weekend we went to Wrocław conference, to seminar, which was devoted to sacral facilities, sacral monuments. We were talking about the fire of the cathedral in Gorzów, and we talked a lot about this aspect as well. So a lot is happening. And it needs to happen because we are experiencing more and more risk and threats around the world. So I wish you fruitful discussions. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you. Yes, our introduction has prolonged a little bit, but I believe that during these introductory speeches, we have heard quite interesting proposals, ideas, thoughts. So I believe that we have heard quite interesting facts, but not to talk more. Let's end our introductory sessions. Let's proceed to the substantial session. I would like to ask Ms. Paulina Froniarnowicz, the director of the National Institute of Museums, and Łukasz Galusek, deputy director of the International Cultural Center, who are going to be the moderators of this first session on the protection of museum, library, and archival collections in war conditions, historical experiences, and contemporary challenges. How to protect and save collections in the light of the war experiences in Ukraine. Quite a long title, but I believe that the moderators will do their best to moderate this session. Please to the time frame. Thank you, Director. Together with my colleague, I would like to welcome you, and without prolonging, let's proceed to our introductory speeches. I have the pleasure to introduce again Director Jarosław Czuba, the General Director of the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage. My boss, let's say, and he's the chairman of the working group for monitoring and analyzing threats to cultural heritage, established by the order of the Minister of Culture and National Heritage of 23rd February 2022. Director, the floor is yours. Thank you so much, Director. Well, I can't thank enough, but let me do it from my side, not only from the ministry side, but also from my side. As a chairman, as a deputy director, to thank the organizers, co-organizers, partners for inviting me to this important event and giving introductory speech, of course, because they take care of this event, they organize that, and they take care of all the, small elements that are important. The issues that we are discussing today are very important and topical because for 579 days we have seen images of, aggression, Russian aggression against Ukraine. We can see different images of destroyed museums, libraries, archives, theaters, historic buildings, houses of culture, but also the plundering of Ukrainian cultural heritage resources as a result of this armed conflict by the Russian Federation. Let me emphasize that destroying such a culture means irresistible actual loss of such cultural goods, whether tangible or intangible. The Republic of Poland is and will provide support to Ukraine, and we present an opinion at the international forum that attacking cultural monuments is also the violation of international standards and should be punished. In the run-up to the military action in Ukraine, the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage undertook a number of preparatory projects aimed at ensuring the security, safety of cultural heritage on Poland's eastern border. Of course, assisting in the protection of the common cultural heritage owned by Ukraine. We jointly recognize that the need for such activities stems from historical experience, as well as the role of Poland, which plays international as a country that cares for cultural heritage at risk, respecting international obligations in this area. Of course, these activities were multifaceted and were undertaken both at the political level between the ministries of culture of Poland and Ukraine, institutional levels, and also expert levels. According to the division of tasks in the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage, let me enlist other departments that are really important, which is the Department of Foreign Cooperation, Cultural Heritage, Cultural Heritage Abroad, and Memorials, State Patronage, Historic Preservation, National Culture Institutions, and the Director General, and they all play an important role in this area, headed by Krzysztof Farciński as a major leader. Within the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage, the chief director of the state affairs played an important role, so thank you so much for this involvement. Also, the National Institute of Polish Cultural Heritage Abroad, headed by Professor Katarzyna Zalasińska, whom I would also like to thank. Also the director of the National Library, huge thank you to you as well. But also Polonika, other national culture institutions like museology and collections protection. Again, Paulina Frojanowicz, the head of these institutions, and other institutions in the field of music, dance, theater, contemporary art centers. Again, a huge thank you to these institutions for your involvement in helping Ukraine. Among other things, among the preparatory activities, of course, in the Republic of Poland, in case of any special emergency, in 2021, the ministry obliged provincial monument conservators to update planning and organizational documentation on the protection of monuments in case of armed conflict and emergencies, and particularly in Podlaskie and Lubelskie provinces. In December 2021, at a meeting of the Polish Advisory Committee, a subsidiary body of the Council of Ministers in the area of protection and cultural property, the principles of securing monuments, these archives and other collections were discussed. As I said before, the chief director of the state archives issued relevant recommendations to the state archives regarding the security or safety of archival resources, including the possible evacuation of resources to safe locations in the country. We also conducted monitoring of cultural heritage sites of particular importance. We also hired protection experts to support us in this regard. Well, I'm talking about it in general, to present a picture of our resort activities, because you as experts are specialists, directors, chiefs of particular institutions, you have already implemented such activities, of course. So we, of course, supervise them, we coordinated them, but it was on your part that these detailed activities were implemented, right? You were responsible for this detailed implementation of these activities. So thank you for your engagement and involvement. As a result of the escalation of the threat in Ukraine, on the initiative of the Office of the Director General, the day before the outbreak of war in Ukraine, which was 23rd of February 2022, by the decision of the Minister of Culture and National Heritage, Professor Gliński, a task team for monitoring and analyzing threats to cultural heritage was established, and then the minister asked me to take on this function, this mission, let's say, and we appointed different directors from the department who were responsible for different tasks, let's say. For example, the chief director of the State Archives and other experts. Well, this task team is still working, it's still operating. They meet every week to analyze the current situation, and they analyze any threats, but also they coordinate different activities regarding help for cultural institutions in Ukraine endangered with Russian aggression, but they also analyze situation of Ukrainians, who also get the support. Within these meetings, they issue recommendations, they inform about the situation both at an international and national level. Of course, they also apply for additional funds to purchase different machines and equipment necessary for such institutions. It is important to mention the Center for Assistance in Ukraine, which was established, of course, within the culture issues, right? Which was established by Poland in Ukraine based on our knowledge, and the center provides systemic support depending on current needs. We analyze applications that we receive from institutions from Ukraine, archives, libraries, museums, theaters, operas, galleries, and all these institutions are in touch with us, with the center. There's collaboration between Poland and Ukraine, and there's a lot of needs that are, that we receive actually, and we are doing our best to provide such support, such assistance, and send equipment and other materials that are important. Of course, we collaborate with different institutions in Poland, bodies, agencies. So again, a huge thank you to government agency also who provides such important materials. We have delivered over 1,000 pallets to different cultural institutions. They were, fire blankets, boxes, generators, polyester pipes, fire extinguishers, and sandbags. I cannot mention everything because everything that was important to help Ukrainians to secure these collections. You for sure know about it. And thanks to this collaboration and this support, we are able to help Ukraine. Well, the consequences of this war led to a situation to have a different approach toward safety in the case of any other war conflicts. That's why we need to make different analysis in terms of changing legal regulations, and we also need to adopt a different strategy, safety strategy, whether it's in the Republic of Poland or Ukraine, but basically here we're talking about the Republic of Poland. We are going to listen to also Ukrainian speakers, so you will hear different proposals and ideas how to secure these collections during the war, especially. It will be valuable for us. Your ideas will be really valuable. So I want to say a huge thank you in advance because they will be also taken into consideration when doing more activities, when helping and supporting your institutions in Ukraine. So I'm just waiting for the effects of our collaboration, our work. They will be really helpful. We all know how important it is to keep and preserve this heritage identity, also for next generations. I want to wish you fruitful discussions, ideas, and I'm sure that these discussions and debates will lead to more collaborations in the future. Thank you so much for your engagement, involvement, effort, persistence in this current and hard work. And I want to wish you good conclusions and recommendations for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much also for keeping the time. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, we'll now move on to other speeches. So, a technical remark. We kindly ask you not to speak too fast because we need to provide translation into Polish or English and Ukrainian. And keep your time slot of 20 minutes for your presentation. So the first person to be invited would be our guest from Ukraine, Dr. Anatoly Kromov, the head of the National Archive Service in Kiev. So head of the Ukrainian archives, a person who keeps track of the situation when it comes to the collections. Thank you. Could I ask you now to show my presentation? So, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank my Polish colleagues for the opportunity to be here and to present the work of Ukrainian archivists during the war, plus the fact that we can represent the Ukrainian state in the face of Russian invasion. I think we are there to claim victory in this war. I would like to thank Ukrainian archivists who are now experiencing hostile fire, but still the archivists and other people are under fire. They face threat to their lives, but still they try to overcome all the threats and dangers of this full-scale war against Ukraine. So, as consequence, buildings of several museums were damaged in different regions, like Kiev, like Kharkov, plus some archives in other regions. So, fortunately, the damage is often to the buildings, which did not actually affect the condition of the documents themselves. We also know that certain archive documents in Kharkov region were damaged due to bombing raids. But generally speaking, the National Archiving Services in Ukraine thinks that the damage to the archiving resources in Ukraine is at the level of 1 or 2% as compared to the situation before the war. So I think that the result is good because in the Second World War, archives in Ukraine in certain regions lost as much as half of their collections. So this is only possible thanks to the heroic work of the Ukrainian and museum workers. I'm sure you remember that when the dam was destroyed, there was a real threat to the collections of the archives in Kherson. So there was a real threat that the storage space will be flooded. And then the archive workers were transporting the materials, the documents themselves. And fortunately, all the documents were saved. And on the other side in Hołoprystyn, which is under occupation, the building of the archives was completely flooded, and then it was destroyed. All the documents were destroyed because of the water, and unfortunately the archive is now lost. So we also have archives in Zaporozhye, Donetsk regions, and they are under occupation, so we don't really have the actual information regarding the condition of the documents. But based on the experience of 2014 and the Russian aggression against Ukraine, where we managed to evacuate almost fully the national archives in Lugansk and Donetsk regions. So these were the regions controlled by the Ukrainian government. And another problem is the reduction in the number of our archive workers. So we need to work more, but there are less and less staff available. So tens of our colleagues fled abroad with their kids, and our male archive workers, who stayed had to join the army. So in February 2023, there was this strategic information that one of our colleagues from the National Archives in Kharkov, Oleg Fedorenko, died. He was a soldier and an archivist who went to defend his motherland. So it also worth mentioning that one of the challenges for our archive workers was the last winter. We are now preparing for another winter season. So last year in 2022, the working conditions were very difficult in Ukrainian archives because there were a lot of attacks of Russians against the national infrastructure. So the archive workers had very difficult conditions. The power was only available for a few hours a day. There was no heating, no mobile communication, no running water. But despite all those difficult conditions, we managed to keep working. We kept our libraries and reading rooms running, and we also performed tasks related to some inquiries from natural persons and organizations. Around 10,000 visitors came to the archives, and this made it necessary for us to provide some temporary conditions to shelter those people in case there is a bombing raid. So all this wouldn't be possible without our international partners. So we still have the support of the International Archive Council. And in March 2022, there was a decision made to support Ukrainian archivists and block cooperation with the archiving institutions in Russia and Belarus. Belarus as a country which actually supported the invasion. So we are very grateful to this International Archiving Council for this support that we experienced. And I hope this will continue. And at the next meeting, at the next Congress of the International Archiving Council in Abu Dhabi in October this year. I would also like to thank our Polish colleagues for their political support, for exchange of materials, for all the support to our archives. I would like to thank the General Director of the National Archives, Mr. Pietrzyk. Well, I think that Poland did most to support Ukrainian archives during the war. So I really want to express my thanks not only for the formal support, official support, but also for the very friendly relationships that we have experienced recently. So apart from Polish partners, I would also like to mention the Cultural Heritage Institute and other European partners who are helping us, especially the Culture and History Institute in Germany, Heritage Protection Institute, Aleph. So one of our main directions during this invasion is to provide underground shelters. We have to be prepared for this. We have to provide some backup shelters, especially underground ones, which is very necessary during the attacks from the air, the drone attacks. So places where we can quickly remove the archives. So during the war, we continue to provide temporary shelters in the underground space of our archive buildings. So we received some funds from the German Institute for the Protection of National Heritage, and thanks to the international support from Aleph, over 14 archives received grants to support them during the wartime. We also keep organizing online conferences with Aleph to decide which grants are priority ones, because we are often asked what we need and how much we need. And I always say that the question is difficult because we actually need everything and in an unlimited amount. So I will ask what you have and how can you help. So the coordination of this work is most important for us. We know the challenges and the problems existing in our country and in the partner countries, because the war has a global effect. So the support was received by a wide range of organizations. So I would like to underline the Federal Archives of Germany, our general management of the Bavarian archives, German Support Center for Ukrainian Cultural Institutions, Association for German and Ukrainian Association, as well as Avagami Factory, provided some support on behalf of the prefecture of Yakushima. So the support was different. It included direct financial support, also safes, computers, building materials, folders for keeping old materials, power generators, and a lot of other things. So in these conditions, we understand that we cannot slow down the pace of the digitalization process in the archives. We need to actually increase the speed of digitalization, despite the fact that during the war, the conditions are different, but still we managed to fulfill our digitalization plan. We are actually increasing the speed of the process. So at the end, when I was appointed to this position at the end of 2019, the reports said that this process will take 1,000 years. And I understand that this is not possible. We have partners from Poland, from US, Israel, and we managed to prove that this digitalization process of a separate archive, let's say a Kiev archive, is working with an American partner, and it can be done within 8 years. So that's an example. Instead of 1,000 years, something can be done within 8 years. So this example is very important and it's very supportive. It showed us that the direction we chose was correct. Even when Russians stole, you have this project in Poland, Search the Archive. We wanted to have something similar. So we organized a platform that was the only opportunity to access the digitized version of materials. The project already covers 5 archives. We plan to involve 8 more archives in this project by the end of the year. And we also continue other digital projects, like, for example, Ukrainian projects related to Stalin repressions, communist repercussions. And something very important for us is that we try to use other experience, for example, from archivists in Poland. So during the discussions with our counterparts, we are inspired by some changes. For example, the departure from communists and so on. So the Minister of Justice is about to sign a document that will change the division of archives. So then we'll have a division into archives, Soviet archives and the archives after or post the Soviet era. So we will get rid of all the terms, let's say, that are related to the Soviet experience. So even during the war, for the first time, we actually launched a pilot project when electronic documents can actually be transferred to national archives. The first package of materials was received from the ministry already, and I think that we will continue doing this all over Ukraine. When it comes to digitalization, I would like to say that we changed our legislation because a lot of people from Ukraine and from abroad wants to receive some official documents. So now the National Archives have the authority to certify a digital copy if the original is lost or destroyed, if it's necessary to issue a valid document from the archives. So thank you very much for this opportunity. I tried to keep my presentation short. And at the end, I would like to say that I would like to thank my counterparts here in Poland, and glory be to Ukraine.
Мені сказали тут 2 хвилини. Дайте я допокажу все ж таки слайди.
Well, I still have 2 minutes left. Well, I forgot about my slides, actually. Let me show the slides.
Презентацію пана przewodniczącego. Так, це скажімо, процеси цифровізації, які далі відбуваються.
So these are the digitization processes that are going on.
З нашим архівом, програмою доступу онлайн.
This is our software, access software. These are our other achievements in terms of introducing electronic archives and the prize received by our service in Ukraine. Our prize refers to Holocaust in the territory of Kyiv region. It is an important prize, important event, and this is something that can ruin propaganda, especially Russian propaganda, because it regards anti-Semitism, and we take part in UNESCO program as well. I hope that the Polish organizations will also support us in receiving this prize, because these are important elements as we are going to celebrate 9th anniversary of this tragedy. Thank you so much.
Dziękujemy panu przewodniczącemu i zapraszam pana doktora Tomasza Makowskiego, dyrektora Biblioteki Narodowej w Warszawie, który przybliży nam kwestię zabezpieczenia bibliotek w sytuacji wojennej, bazując na polskich doświadczeniach wyniesionych z II wojny światowej.
Dziękuję bardzo dziękuję za zaproszenie. Konferencja o bezpieczeństwie nieoczekiwanie dla wszystkich historyków stała się bardzo aktualna.
Well, this conference is a very realistic conference. Remember our discussions about ending the history, and now we know that this history has no ending. We are not at the end of our history. Nobody will read this unique text anymore. This is a huge loss which can be expressed in, well, it cannot be even expressed, you know. And by seeing this real loss, our colleagues from ashes that they saw when entering this institution, well, what they did, they actually put it in the urn, and this urn is a symbol of this fired collections, materials, and other cultural things. Well, from this perspective, any librarian, archivist that suffered similar losses, well, they all remember the past. Surprisingly for us, all these memories, historical studies that we read or documents that we read, they became up to date for us when we were planning in February 2022 our activities, whether it's before or after, well, it depends on how much everyone was involved in it. Well, a lesson that we learned from our colleagues from the Second World War, it is important not to hesitate. You need to make quick decisions on time, be prepared for them, and to make these decisions, because the highest risk is not to make decisions, especially when something dangerous is happening. And we were trying to, for example, to convey this thought when talking to our colleagues. Since 2014, we have been in touch, and we have been talking about safety and security of collections in crisis situations. In the case such war would expand, and we talked to our colleagues. We talked about possible scenarios in which we would need to help librarians, archivists, museum workers. Well, all of them, these professions are long-term professions. In the library I have been working in a library for 30 years. My colleagues who remember the Second World War, they are also in my memory, and they would talk about what happened during the Second World War and also after the Second World War, what they used. And the same we want to tell other generations. That's why this experience is priceless for us. So quick decisions, quick actions, at a adequate to given situations, and keeping in mind that the biggest risk is not being active or chaotic activities or actions. Another risk which we described and presented to Ukrainian libraries was the fact that we would like to decide ourselves, knowing better or thinking that we know better, and not giving the offer of help. Well, what we thought was risky was to impose certain forms of help instead of proposing, offering, and see what they really want, what they really thought were priorities. And I believe that this activity and thinking about these two risks, keeping them in mind, were really effective. Before the aggression, Russian aggression against Ukraine, I had been in touch with the director of National Library in Ukraine, Vernadskovo Library, Mrs. Dobronovinova, and we were in constant dialogue, and at a certain point, even every day, every evening, I was asking her how can I help, what their needs are, and so on and so forth. Were at that point. Well, our major task was to support where it was needed. We knew that the Ukrainian libraries were not able to operate at an international level, and for us it was important to explain the situation of Ukraine, but also Ukrainians as people, but also Ukrainian libraries. And today, last week, I attended a forum in Lviv, and I know that 600 libraries were destroyed. Obviously, the central library, like national one, or Stefanek in Lviv, they are in good condition, fortunately, but in Kharkov, no. And we also know that this quick action is a must. International activities of the Polish National Library at the request of the Ukrainian National Library and librarians as a whole was possible because the Polish National Library or librarians has a really strong position, international position, so we can be an advocate even better than other countries. So I felt appreciated when at the conference of directors of national libraries I was asked by my colleague from Kyiv to make a presentation also on behalf of Ukraine. That was not possible to come, right? So this voice in voting was important and was given to the Polish National Library. So I have to admit that after many years of our collaboration, because the war is not the only sphere of our collaboration, but I felt that between Ukrainian libraries and Polish libraries, there is, the strong relationship. So the history may divide, but it may also connect, as in this case. It seems that today the history of libraries in Ukraine and in Poland combines, connects. We don't have an influence on the past, of course. No one has an influence on the past, but we can have an impact on today and on tomorrow, right? On the future. And remember that history was also today, right? And we are building this history nowadays. So I think that this perspective needs to be noted as well. When it comes to the collaboration with Ukraine, we wanted to secure the collections that were at a potential risk. For us, it was important to deliver fire extinguishers to these libraries. We managed to deliver 300 fire extinguishers to the National Library in Kyiv. Also 100 fire extinguishers in Kharkov, Keresno, Horenko, and other libraries that suffered a lot, especially during the first attack of Russia. And they were all on our list of help. Well, at the very beginning, in terms of Solinsky Library, we also supported the Solinsky Library because we knew that it was a huge space. We didn't know how, how the war was going to, expand. So we talked to Solinsky Library director in Wrocław, and we decided, that he was going to collaborate with Lwów libraries and the National Library with Kyiv and Kharkov libraries, where the biggest collections were and still are. Well, we wanted to organize, at the request of the Minister of Culture and National Heritage, headed by Director Jarosław Czuba, that you listened to already, and actually it became to be priceless in a situation of quick actions, because that was a place where we can exchange experience, knowledge. We meet every week. It's a standard, point to discuss what is happening, what works, what doesn't work, to make good decisions. I believe it's a priceless initiative, valuable initiative. That's why this help is so effective. So thank you, Director, and also for your personal contribution. I appreciate that. But also a huge thank you to Minister Gliński, who appointed this team and supports the team and supported the team. It was also important to coordinate this activity at the Polish level, because all the libraries were really eager to get involved in the process, both in Poland and Ukraine. And we organized coordination meetings in different forums with a network of libraries that combines public libraries together with the National Council, Library Council, but also libraries that have the most valuable collections, National Library and Legionary Library as well. And all these forums could give something else, they all could prepare something else. It was also important to combine libraries. Even the simplest signal contact from Poland that the other library in Ukraine had someone to go to, these contact points were important for us. We created these contact points. So the Ukrainian libraries knew who they could contact, actually. We also wanted to get information about all female librarians that crossed the border. They had to oftentimes run away, and they happened to be in Poland, in places. We of course looked for jobs for them. We looked for homes so that they could feel safe. But also we needed to protect collections, right? We prepared, in the case of evacuation, the need of evacuation from Ukraine, we prepared special storage facilities in Poland to help, just in case the situation, was extreme. It is a natural form of help in the case of such crisis situations. Well, all the libraries got also involved in teaching the Polish language among Ukrainians that came to Poland without knowing the language, even at the basic level, so that they were able to communicate, right? Because we wanted to lower the level of their anxiety, fear. We wanted them to be able to take advantage of even, transportation. We wanted them to feel safe. And we believe that libraries were the perfect place for that, both on the Polish and Ukrainian side. We decided, librarians is a profession of high trust, right? So it's easier for us to contact with people from outside. It was also important to remember the losses, because we did not know, the extent of these losses. We could not predict these losses. But we decided to document, to record these losses. And I have to say that this help, apart from the first period, was not necessary, because the Ukrainian country organized this record of these losses. So they did it actually themselves. Of course, what we do, we present the losses in the English language. I mean, the ones that happen in Ukraine, because we want to talk about it. When talking about the Polish history, it is also happening, right? That there are losses after the Second World War caused by Russians, by Germans, and we talked about it because that's our history. The same is happening now in the civilian world in Ukraine, right? We cannot agree to that. It's something that we cannot agree to. No, one country attacks another country, destroys its culture. This is unacceptable, right? And actually, that happened to us, Poles. The role of library, national library, but also it was really crucial because that was a safe place for Ukrainians to come to spend their time. And the female librarians that organized a meeting before Easter was a beautiful one. They talked about their traditions, Easter traditions, and the Ukrainians talked about their traditions. You know, both sides shared their traditions. So that was kind of building safety, and it was important and emphasized by us. Another important element, apart from lowering the level of anxiety, because imagine the situation and the level of anxiety they had, but it was also important for us to distribute children books, you know, but also other books in Ukrainian. That was a huge campaign under the patronage of the two wives of the presidents of Ukraine and Poland. The kids that were crossing the border, they received books so that they could read it, and they were in Ukraine because we wanted to keep them busy, you know. And another campaign was to deliver books, thousands of books, to the libraries all over Poland in Ukraine, so that these refugees had access to their literature here in Poland, in their regions where they lived. Thank you so much. We were inspired by the Ministry of Culture, of course, and by the Institute of Books and other voivodeship provincial libraries. Thank you for this inspiration. Another package was to, you know, think what after winning the war by Ukraine? What then? We have visited this place, Ukraine, many times, their libraries and other locations, and we want to show different solutions, technologies, legal solutions that would allow us to help Ukraine, because we have these solutions, we have this technological legal. We are a big country, and Ukraine is also a big country. So for sure, Ukraine will need this system, which will provide not only students, you know, pupils, but all the civilians access to these books. So we need to use digitalization solutions. The director mentioned that in his presentations in terms of archives. Yes, this is a very important thing. And in Poland, we have one of the biggest digital library, which is polona.pl, where we have 4 million of books, facilities, books that have been copied, and they are available electronically, and we know that it is used by by Poles and by Ukrainians as well. And actually, we know that Ukrainians are the most frequent guests that visit the website. So we also want to propose other solutions regarding librarian life in general. Ladies and gentlemen, obviously, we feel like, you know, another generation. Like the Polish National Library was established in 276 years ago. So we somehow convey this to another generation, to next generation. So we feel like we are responsible for what we are doing now for our libraries. So when we think about libraries, especially Ukrainian libraries, we think from this perspective. National libraries, just like central archives, national museums, they are a symbol of independence. And that is why they are, the goal of the attack. We remember that our collections from our National Library, our collections, our publications, manuscripts, they were destroyed by Russians during the Second World War. Remember about that.
Chcemy oczywiście dbać o
We
bezpieczeństwo
want to take care of the
nasze, ale
safety
także
of us,
bezpieczeństwo naszych
but also
kolegów,
our colleagues,
sąsiadów
our
za,
neighbors,
granicą Ukrainy.
Ukrainian neighbors.
Bardzo często muszę na arenie międzynarodowej odpowiadać, dlaczego
I oftentimes
Polska się
need
tak mocno
to
zaangażowała
answer
w
questions
pomoc
why Poland engaged so much in the help of Ukraine. Well, I cannot understand such questions. So what I do, I respond to these questions. First of all, you need to help. If someone is in need, that's obvious, especially in 21st century, if we want to think about ourselves in a positive way. We need to help, we should help. But also, we want to help others as we would like others to help us, right? Especially when referring to 1939. That was a lesson that we learned during the Second World War because others also helped us, right? So that why shouldn't we help others nowadays? Well, I have to say that on the Ukrainian side, librarians,
Jest ogromne uznanie i wdzięczność.
there's a huge appreciation toward us Poles. So thank you so much. And I'm really happy that last year we managed to
Wzmocnić
reinforce this collaboration, long-lasting collaboration. I'm very happy that without explaining, just react, quickly react, effectively react. Thank you so much.
Serdecznie
Thank you very much
panie dyrektorze
for this presentation,
treści fachowych.
which not only had a lot of professional content, but there was also this ethical human aspect included in it, which made a big impression on me.
Teraz jako ostatnią
And the last speaker during this part of the speaker will be Tatiana Ichoszyna, the Deputy Director of the Museum of Literature in Krakow. So before the war, it used to be one of the most important cultural institutions in Kharkov. Let's say the symbol of the fifth Kharkov, like Sergei Zhadan says. So the Ukrainian Kharkov. And now, during the war, it remains very active. It is actually the center of cultural life in Kharkiv. So I would like to ask you to talk about what you do. Thank you very much for this invitation and for the opportunity to participate in this conference. My name is Tatiana Igoshina. I work in the Museum of Literature in Kharkov. I also work for the development of the museum. Shall I change the slide or can someone else do it or help me with it?
Це є будівля нашого музею і
So that's the building of our museum. And what I'm going to tell you will be more of a personal experience in the face of war. So maybe my history will include some practical details, but I would like to underline that our experience I think is very important when the situation is dangerous. I hope that none of cultural institutions and none of the representatives of cultural institutions here will never need this experience. So that's the building which houses the Museum of Literature, and we are
це будівля
the building that you can see on the picture dates back to the end of 19th century, beginning of the 20th century. First, it was held by private owners. Then in the communist era, these were municipal flats. Then this was a resort for party people. And then when we actually got this building, we decided to have a museum there. So the problem was that we have been trying to adjust this building to museum works. And in spring 2022, there was a plan to reconstruct the museum, and we wanted to build a new one, a new facility for the museum. This is very important when it comes to the preparation for evacuation, because we already had a full scope of works done, because we were preparing for renovating the museum building. And the collection covers over 30,000 exhibits, actually 40,000, and the main part of the collection covers 30,000 exhibits. So it's not maybe a lot, but it helped us to prepare for the evacuation. So our collections mainly include written documents in paper. Of course, we know that paper is very sensitive, very difficult to store. It can destroy it very easily in case of some dangerous situations. And what is most valuable are the museum exhibits related to the 20s and 30s of the 20th century, and I mean Rozstrzelenie Rodzinnia. We also have materials related to the resistance in the 60s of the 20th century and contemporary literature. So all our efforts were focused on extending the work of the museum to go outside this very small building. So on the picture here, you can see that there is some space close to the building where we actually created a street library. We also organized meetings with writers, with authors. We also have our own garden that we use for meetings and all sorts of events. So that's the idea of coming outside, due to the fact that our facility, our building is very small. So after the renovation, we could have a new version of the museum. But in spring 2022, we did not deal with renovation, but with evacuation of our collections. So before the Russian invasion, we already had a list of items to be evacuated in the first place. This list was created in 2014 because back then the museum had some experience of packing the most valuable collections for evacuation. So the evacuation did not actually happen back then. So what are the criteria that we use for creating the first list? So first of all, value, and the second, irreplaceability of such an item. So this list included the most valuable exhibits, manuscripts, some very rare editions, single copy editions, some private pictures of 20th century authors. So until 2022, until the Russian aggression, the museum has already practiced several packing drills. Why did we do it? Well, depending on the situation in the Ukraine and the front line, we had all kinds of events, and we wanted to prepare at least part of the items on the list for evacuation. When the threat was over, we unpacked the items to organize exhibitions and so on. So we also need to remember that items that need to be evacuated first should be marked and should be labeled so that it is clear that those items have to be evacuated first. and that was a decision that made it necessary to save a lot of time during evacuation. So since the museum did not have any special equipment for evacuating our items, we used packing materials that were available at hand. So as for special packaging, we only had some special envelopes that we bought beforehand for storing items in our archives. So we packed the priority items first. It lasted for a few weeks until mid-February. So we already knew what we have to evacuate first, and before the outbreak of the war, we performed some initial works to protect the personnel, the staff, and we couldn't renovate our cellars because there was no possibility to do so, but we could prepare food, standard medication, water, and these are the things that helped us later on to survive after February 24th. So the information about the aggression was provided to the director of our museum, and this information was sent to his private mobile phone, and then we were told that museum workers cannot come to work because of the outbreak of war, because the exhibition of the museum was not, well, since not everything was packed, some workers decided to come to work and do the job. We did not have any permanent exhibition because, as I said, we did not have enough space. So when it was necessary to dismantle the current exhibition, we only had 246 items to take care of. So the dismantling process was not that long. And the museum exhibits, together with other items that were marked as priority in case of evacuation, and other objects were put into cellars. And for a few days, some museum workers stayed in the cellars together with the items. We also prepared a room, meaning that we covered the windows with some special pillows that were used for sitting on them. And at the beginning of March, we also covered windows of the museum warehouse. So after most workers left Kharkov, the management of the museum started to organize the evacuation of the items that were packed as priority items. So before, you saw a list of legal regulations that guarantee the evacuation of civilians and cultural heritage. So the mechanism that was described in those documents was not fully implementable in the conditions that existed at that time. So I'm only talking about our personal experience now. So then the museum management decided to start the evacuation. The director of the museum was in constant contact with the deputy minister of culture. So there was, we could not use any other communication channels because they were not available in Kharkov. So So they did it on the phone, we communicated on the phone, and we used whatever we had.
із зазначенням способу евакуації. Це була
So
залізниця.
there was a special regulation to evacuate, and this regulation also indicated a place where the items should be stored. We also have had lists that we used for creating some internal documentation of the museum. So the management did not have a physical opportunity to go through the entire procedure resulting from the legislation. It was not possible to obtain a permit from the local authorities because on the 1st of March, the administration building in the district was destroyed, and the Department of Culture lost its documentation, lost its database. So it was not possible to follow the standard procedure. So using the phone, we contacted the Department of Culture at the ministry, and we agreed that the evacuation will be done without any documents, because there was no possibility to issue documents. So there will just be an information where the priority items will be evacuated. So we were not able to organize special transport because all the transport means were used for defending the city or for evacuating civilians.
Колекція з території музею була переміщена до залізниці. І далі у супроводі
So the territorial defense helped us to evacuate those items, and then with the support of free museum workers, the director of the museum and some other workers, the items were put on the train and were protected on the train by the museum staff. So on the slide we can see the 24th of February and the employees packing the items. They were covering the windows in the storage room. It all started at the very beginning of March. The temporary storage place was designated by the ministry, and the transport from the train station to the destination place was done with the support of volunteers who were involved in the protection of cultural heritage. So it took 2 days to hand over some of the items at the temporary storage place. There was a special mechanism. There wasn't a special mechanism for the handover, so there was some makeshift procedure that we followed. And then at the beginning of March, the management of the museum took some action to find some special equipment and packaging materials to pack other items. So there were a lot of initiatives, a lot of volunteers in Ukraine, thanks to whom we obtained some material help, meaning packaging material to protect our collections. We also had an opportunity to get a subsidy or a grant to purchase or produce boxes for storing and for packing our collections. So the layouts of the boxes were prepared in 2021 in connection with the fact that back then the museum was preparing for renovation. So it went quite fast because we already had the technical drawings, the calculations, and we knew how many boxes we need to pack the entire collection. Some additional calculations regarding the volume or packaging materials to be used were no longer necessary in 2022 because they were already there. So the museum is still operating. We do not have an opportunity to organize exhibitions or work on exhibits. So the museum changed its operating priorities. So since our exhibits collections are securely stored, we cannot stop our operation because that would be something that Russia expects us to do, meaning that we would stop talking about Ukrainian culture, and this is something we don't want to do. So we had this big event held in hybrid mode, partly online, partly physical, was an International Museum Day in 2022. So in contact with Lviv, Kiev, and Kharkov, we held this event. Some events were live in a special underground facility. It was very important for us to keep contact with other Ukrainian cities so that we can show that we are united. And despite the fact that a lot of museum workers left, they went to different cities, we were able to expand our activity and to continue our activity. So here we have some exhibitions, examples, but here we are not using original items, museum exhibits. They were replaced with copies. So we think it's very important to show the content. So if we are not able to show the originals, we can still talk about our collections and about our culture. So one of the exhibition projects is a exhibition about cultural memory, about how texts affect our cultural memory and how our lack of knowledge affects us. So the idea of this exhibition was actually created when we were packing our exhibits, when we were putting them into the boxes. These were items that were hidden for several decades before by the Soviets, and we felt very sad because we thought that it's 21st century and those exhibits are not in danger anymore, and we can talk about Ukrainian culture. But it turned out that in the post-Soviet era, we still have to pack this Ukrainian culture exhibits. So from time to time, Ukrainian culture needs to hide. So what would we be like if we did not protect, if we did not store our exhibits, our collections for future generations? And that's an example of another exhibition. These are street names using names of Ukrainian authors. So during this exhibition, we wanted the residents of the city to decide about street names. So we wrote about the authors, about how they treated Ukraine. Sometimes those authors are not related in any way to Kharkov. That's why we suggested some other names of Kharkov authors who contributed a lot to the development of our culture. But the streets in Kharkov were not named by them. So this exhibition is in the center of the city. It's in the open air. It can be read, talked about. The residents can discuss this. We also get a lot of feedback from the local citizens, both positive and negative, when it comes to our proposals. But still, we try to keep this dialogue with the city residents. So these are slides, pictures showing this exhibition. collection. Plus, we have another big project run by the Museum of Literature. So when the collections of this museum are hidden, this is we organized this literary festival. Then it became a seasonal event to which we invite authors, politicians, people of culture, military men to talk about what Kharkov will be like after the war. We know that the 23rd of February 2022, well, this is a date that we cannot go back to. So the challenges for Kharkov and for Ukraine do not have to be wasted. It should bring some benefits, some advantages for the Ukraine. The city and the Ukraine itself should develop. The festival events are usually held underground in cellars, let's say, so we can say that the culture now is in the Kharkov cellars. So in 2023, we are already back in our building, but whenever there is a bombing, whenever the situation gets dangerous, we changed our location. So before, for example, if there is a threat, the location is changed, and then we have to inform everyone a few hours before the start of the event. So this is something we have to do, but we think it's necessary. We also supplemented our collections. You can see Victoria Melinov, who brought a diary of Opwenka to our museum. He was an author that was shot by the Russians, but before he died, he managed to hide his diary. So Victoria went to the east to get some testimonies on war crimes, and she gave this diary to the museum. That was a museum item that actually is now a part of our collection, but everyone was saying that it would be better if we did not have such items and if we did not have such stories. So together with a publishing house, we managed to publish this diary. But before it was Victoria Amelina died during an attack. So what is important for us in this period is to continue our work, our activities. So the first experience, the first wave of evacuation was difficult. The second wave was easier because we already had some earlier experience from the first evacuation wave. So the second evacuation stage was calmer. The conditions were better. That was in fall 2022. So it is important for us to continue our work despite the fact that we have no access to our collections. We think that all the museums in Ukraine should continue their work and activities. Thank you for your attention.
Bardzo serdecznie pani dziękuję. To wstrząsająca, działająca na
Thank you very much for your presentation,
Szanowni Państwo,
ladies and
pora
gentlemen.
chwilę odetchnąć.
I think it's time for a short break,
Na przerwę kawową do foyer.
coffee break,
W sali auditoryjnej
in the
spotykamy się
auditory room, and let's meet
12
here
minuty
at 12
na drugiej części
o'clock
sesji. Dziękuję bardzo.
to start the second session. Thank you so much.
Szanowni Państwo, witam na
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second part of the first day's session, Safe Collection, Safe Heritage. Unfortunately, Mr. Ryszard Wojtkowski was not able to come here and present. He's the Deputy General Director of the State Archives, so he will be replaced by Professor Anna Krochmal, whom I would like to welcome and invite to the stage. She works for the General Direction of the State Archives and is responsible for the international collaboration, especially for contacts with the Ukrainian archives. The professor, the floor is yours, please. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been talking about international collaboration between different institutions. I would like to make it more detailed, let's say, especially the subjects that were mentioned by the General Director. I'm going to talk a little bit more about our help provided to archivists from Ukraine under the title Archives for Archives Assistance provided by the State of Archives to Ukrainian institutions protecting documentary heritage. Unfortunately, it seems not to be working. Oh, here it is. Ladies and gentlemen, Ukrainian Archives is our strategic partner. Our collaboration began many years ago. The war actually intensified this contact and changed a little bit the form of our collaboration and our assistance. On the first day, actually, we managed to contact with the chief of the Ukrainian Archives, the first day of the Russian invasion, and on the 25th of February 2022, as you can see in the presentation, the first post appeared in the social media showing solidarity with the Ukrainian archives. The previous speakers already mentioned why this solidarity is so crucial and why archive environment responded to the situation in Ukraine, because no one else knows as much as we do in terms of the losses, flooding that you can suffer during any armed conflict, and even more. Mr. Makowski mentioned the losses of libraries that were huge, 70% of all the resources, and in terms of archives, especially in Warsaw, suffered even more loss. Actually, several of them were destroyed totally, and here you can see several drastic images, examples of such destruction from the Second World War. These are Polish National Archives. So we can say that we have a joint common history, common experience, and historical memory, and that is why we have also common documentary archives, because both in Ukraine and Poland there are many documents of our common past, common history. Of course, us librarians, historians, we know that the history was different, but at this point it does not divide me, because it is the history, but we have awareness. We are aware of the fact that we need to jointly take care of our common heritage. And here you can see the examples of publications created before the Russian aggression that referred to the idea of common heritage and security, and others that are very new. Why new? Because we are now in Krakow, in the National Archive, and I want to show one of the most interesting publication about the Ukrainian government and emigration, and the author actually found place in Poland, a safe place in Poland, shelter in Poland, and there you can find unique, documents, but also unique museums and facilities that were established after that period, and also a publication. So these are the examples of the fact that a lot of materials refer to our common history, and they can be found both in Ukraine and in Poland. And the chief of the Ukrainian archives mentioned very wisely, actually, about security and protecting this common heritage. And we did that many years ago already. And one of our major partners is obviously the archive in Lviv, the National Archive in Lviv, which I believe is the richest institution that really combines and connects the history of our countries. And we have been implementing different programs. First of all, digitization program, which is in other words scanning, to secure, to protect such materials collections in the case of crisis, but also to distribute knowledge, spread knowledge. So together with our Ukrainian colleagues, we try to build this common historical memory. Referring to the current times, we've already heard about that. For example, the Director General mentioned the same. Our activities were kind of spontaneous in terms of transportation after, of course, consulting with our Ukrainian colleagues and checking their needs, obviously. And here you can see an example of our collaboration with the Polish Red Cross, which provided help, in organizing transportation before the center was established, which now is of great help, great assistance at the National Archive. So we manage ourselves before that, and at this point also we can provide transport if it is needed. We try to, directly reach archives that are in need. I do not want to, enlist all the materials that were delivered to Ukraine, that have been delivered so far. Hopefully they are useful, and that our activists have contributed to better protection of these resources. These activities were possible thanks to a well-organized archives. I mean, the one in Przemyśl city, but not only, of course, because when the invasion started, the first consulting points, contact points were created for people, for Ukrainians who came to Poland. Of course, we provided assistance to archivists, but historians, scientists also came for help. And oftentimes we are friends with them. The production of collection is an obvious thing. It is not possible without professional staff. That is why nowadays one of the form of our assistance provided to Ukraine is to organize regular traineeships for Ukrainians in Poland. And in August this year, the National Archives in Przemyśl city accepted trainees from Czerniowiecki region. I believe it was a huge portion of knowledge in terms of archiving, digitization, and in general knowledge given to them. And here you can see some pictures from this visit. Our invitation, well, I'm not talking to the director, to the chairman, Dr. Chromovo, is still there. So please, if you feel like coming, feel invited, feel free to come. And you can also come with other people who you believe would like to take advantage of our experience and knowledge. We will not say no. We will not say no to the support or assistance. We have also mentioned that this international commonwealth is also crucial. Yes, especially at such moments. This is also our experience from the Second World War, when not everyone responded to our needs back then. That is why we are very happy that with our support, this community, international community, librarian and archival community reacted. I mean, at the European level, they have been really active from the very beginning of this war. They have been supporting Ukraine in different manner, in different ways, both in terms of counseling, which means that they consult with us, archivists, who are close to our Ukrainian colleagues, and they ask us what their needs should be and how it should be provided. And there have been also some spectacular activities or actions, also appeals to exclude Russian institutions from different communities, associations, international associations. And I don't have to explain to you that a person who violates elementary rules of international collaboration or does not respect collections or violates international law should not join or should be present in such organizations, associations at European levels and even worldwide levels, for example, UNESCO. And here you also can see an example of one of the appeals provided by the International Archive Council, which is very important because in our activities, Polish activities, that we say, we have a huge support from over Baltic Sea countries because they also understand, the risk. That's why, we have certain relationships with all of them. So our activities together with Ukrainian colleagues get a very positive response from Estonia, from Lithuania and other Baltic countries. So I'm very happy about that and thank you for this support as well. Hopefully someone of them is listening to us now. It is important to build awareness, solidarity between nations, and we learned about that when doing a unique project, Polish-Ukrainian project, which is still in progress. And I'm talking about an exhibition, Mom, I Do Not Want War. That's the title. And that was, I believe, one of the most horrifying exhibitions that, with the support of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the support of other organizations, went around the whole world, right, with this exhibition. I think it was shown in all continents, including such places like Parliament in Brussels, in front of the Parliament, New York, and even Africa, and also other southern African countries. In front of the Polish embassies and other institutions, this exhibition was shown. You could read about that on the websites of the National Archives, or you can even Google that, Mom, I Do Not Want War. You can Google that title and you can learn more about the exhibition for sure. Let me also emphasize that there you can see the coincidence of our destinies, fates of Ukraine and Poland, because there are two parts. First, these are current images, pictures of Ukrainian kids. I think there are dozens of thousands of images and pictures, current-wise, at the subway, where they're waiting for the flights, and other dramatic situations. It's, let's say, the war in Ukraine perceived by Ukrainian kids, just positioned with what we have in our archives. Pictures of Polish kids from 1946, right? So they're just opposed, those pictures of Ukrainian kids and Polish kids from the Second World War. So a lot of scientists, sociologists who got interested in the project and this art, I would say, were horrified, by these pictures and, by coincidence, by these observations that were very similar in the case of Ukrainian and Polish kids, because the war, it will always be a tragedy, especially for the kids. So we were trying to, show the society this, the importance of this matter, what is happening in Ukraine, and sometimes such a document that requires certain effort to read is less effective than this form. Pictures, images, photos. that we used actually in our exhibition. Today, we are in a place where we met with our colleagues for some reason, and you can see that in this photo. We met over one year ago, and then Professor Chromov in this room during the European Archive Colloquium, he informed the whole archival world, because there were over 10 European countries present. He informed about what was going on in Ukraine at that time. And back then, we expressed our words of support. There were a lot of declarations, and we all hoped that this war was coming to an end. Unfortunately, Ukraine needs to still fight, with our support, obviously, with our support. But as you can see, this information campaign has been in progress for a long time already, and we have done many initiatives that hopefully helped a lot of recipients. And let me also mention one important and symbolic initiative. In Krakow, when we were talking about collaboration, it was over 1 year ago again, we were talking about this collaboration, and we came to a conclusion that we could start this, documenting our common cultural heritage, and that we should include different partners, Baltic country partners, and us, Ukraine. So we were trying to rebuild our joint common history, past, referring to this first Republic of Poland that we historians have in our mind, and we know that there were different moments back then, but we created a project which is now coming to an end, and we hope that in the nearest months we'll be able to meet with all our colleagues from Ukraine and from other Baltic countries to sign an agreement, common archival heritage. And the symbol of this heritage is a document that you can see here in the slide, which can be found in our Polish National Archives. It is the central one of past acts, archives, and this is a Lubelski project or agreement, union. And those who are interested in the history, it was back then when we confirmed this close collaboration with Lithuania, and I do not want to use a word exclude, but then Ukraine was not really satisfied with this historic, let's say, union, let's say, moment. We should be together, and archives, all the archives actually confirm that. They confirm that when we were together, I mean Ukraine and Poland, then we could experience optimistic moments of history. So this document is a very symbolic one, because it is in the list of worldwide heritage, and it has been entered into the list. It is one of the newest entry from 2017, and then as a solidarity symbol, Ukraine supported us, actually. As I said, also Lithuania, Estonia, Belarus, they all actually supported that in this project. Hopefully we can come back to such projects together with Belarus. And it will be a basis, let's say, for many other initiatives in the future, because at this point we are experiencing a hard moment for Ukrainian archives, but we hope that this future will be more optimistic, which we all are trying to believe in. And because of that, we would like to declare the support for our Ukrainian colleagues, that within this project we'll be able to conduct any type of collaboration, or even intensify these activities, these initiatives, projects, exhibitions, educational projects showing history, micro-videoing or digitization of resources. All this will be available, possible under this common umbrella that I mentioned. And we are here among 5 countries that are connected by history, and we all are aware of the necessity to secure, to protect archives and collections. That's all from me. I just wanted to tell you about this collaboration. Of course, I could talk more about that, but we have a time limitation, so I don't want to prolong my presentation. And let me finish my presentation by saying something optimistic. We do not lose our hope and belief. We are sure that archives in Ukraine will survive thanks to our joint effort, and we hope that as our Polish National Archives can contribute to that, and we wish our colleagues to survive, and actually to live a normal life, to come to a situation where they can live their normal life, they can work, they can, they can live, yes, and work as they used to before the war. Thank you very much. All the best to Ukraine.
Thank you very much for this optimistic aspect of your presentation. About thinking that the Central Europe will assume a new shape after the victory of Ukraine, even if only in the scope of archivists. Okay, another speaker from Ukraine, and the first one speaker who has joined us online, Mr. Yuri Kovtanyuk, Deputy Head for Scientific Issues in the National Library in Ukraine, who will talk about development priorities for the National Library in the face of threats and challenges. Good afternoon to all the organizers, colleagues, participants of this conference, participants of the forum. I would like to warmly welcome you on behalf of all the workers of the National Library and all workers, all librarians in Ukraine. We are very happy that our Polish colleagues are an inspiration for us, and we think that the organization of a forum named in this very way, plus the fact that you have a Ukrainian panel here, is very important. Especially now that Ukraine is suffering from all the threats resulting from the war. So maybe at a different time, we would not have such events related to the war. We know that there is a military conflict in the Ukraine. And so the question is, what should we do? So maybe we should just wait and see what's going to happen to Ukraine, but this is not what we think. So we are really inspired to see the faces of our colleagues, hearing some optimistic things and some constructive solutions. So we have some action plans for the future. So we rely on your understanding, and we are very happy that you are here with us. I really appreciate the international charity provided to Ukraine every day, including museums and libraries. I understand the importance of those activities aimed at preserving the collections and avoiding irreplaceable possible changes. So we would also like to thank you for the support for Ukrainian refugees, for the work performed for them. We talked about supporting professional librarians, for providing work for Ukrainian librarians in Polish, German, and other Baltic states libraries. So a lot of those libraries organized summer schools and education for librarians, especially the librarians from our libraries, were also organized. There were grants, subsidies, free transport, and so on. There were also other activities like webinars, for example. So it's clear that without a personal connection, without professional cooperation, a lot of those issues would not have been solved. So sometimes we needed to act very quickly. I would like to thank the Vernadsky Library workers Well, I would like to thank on behalf of the librarians to my colleagues in Poland, especially that the National Library in Poland financed the activities of different organizations that functioned under the umbrella of our library. So thanks to this support, we were able to continue our operation, our activities, and secure our facilities to provide the correct fire protection means. We also cooperated with the Science Academy in Poland. And this cooperation continued since 2015. And the chairman of the Polish Academy of Sciences visits us very frequently in Ukraine. He visited the Science Academy and our library as well. He's also a person who actively supports us and helps us. So we appreciate this engagement very much. I would also like to thank the management of libraries and libraries from other countries like Sweden, for example, and all other people that support us on behalf of the Science Academy in Sweden. So as part of this support, we obtained a lot of equipment that makes it possible for us to secure our collections. We are also very grateful for the support provided by the national libraries in Finland and Great Britain. So I said thank you so many times to all those organizations, because for us it is a sign that Europe supports us in this difficult situation. So when it comes to the main direction of the activities, we focus on securing our collections in museums, libraries in Kiev, and the support that we obtained is really priceless. Okay, so let's move on now. So here on the slide, we can see the cooperation. We see our colleagues from other countries. We can see Mr. Dushinsky, who, along with the representatives of the Academy of Sciences from US, are visiting our library. They are looking at manuscripts and, well, they are exploring exploring our library to see what's in there. Unfortunately, the support we obtained, like the scanners that I mentioned, we are actually using them now in the library, and they help us they help us to provide some materials to our visitors, to people who come to our library. So we are very happy to have this equipment. On the 10th of October, well, this is a picture of an attack when bombs fell on the very center of Kiev. But we managed to save part of the buildings that were in the neighboring site. So close to this site, there is this old building of the First National Library of Ukraine, which is connected with the university building as part of one compound. Unfortunately, there were some losses. So the shock waves after the explosions damaged the building. And here on the slide, you can see what the building looked like on the outside and inside. And we can also see pictures after the building was damaged. So you can also see how we covered the windows to protect against moisture or too high humidity. You can also see part of the roof that we built so that to protect the reading room. So everything has been damaged, and fortunately it has been renovated, but still the situation is dangerous. On this slide, you can see one of the biggest buildings when it comes to libraries. So almost 36 square meters. 4 floors. So that's one compound. And if we look carefully on this picture, we will see some plastic elements on the roof. So despite the fact that this building is quite strong and it is one of the high buildings in Kiev, it is still in danger. So the activities, the defensive activities result in some damage because this building is located in this this area, so the lower parts of this building get damaged. And what I would like to say is that the technical services learned how to repair those plastic elements. They used a special liquid, and it's, well, the most important problem that we have to deal with is humidity. We also use other elements to replace those plastic parts when they get damaged. So on this slide, you can see what it looks like from the inside. This is the reading room. So we can see those transparent holes in the ceiling, and and how we actually protect those elements or replace the damaged elements. We can also see that the windows, doors, and some metal structures, I mean the door frames and window frames, are also damaged. So, for example, when there is an explosion, there are sound waves which actually affect those structural elements. And those elements are in the lower part of the building, and these are elements of the fire protection system. And there are also some water containers there. This is water for the fire protection system. So there were some works performed to replace a part of the system to remove damage that could actually result in flooding the library facilities. So here you can see that we are not only hit by rockets, but also drones. This is the floor of the library where you can see some drone remains. We call them shahids. And this is what is left and what gets inside the building. Well, this slide is not about the library, about Vernadsky Library. However, it is a very good illustration of what may happen. So this actually happened on 11th March 2022 in Chernihiv region. So here we can see the ruins. The building has been renovated. However, there is a problem with the collections that are stored in those buildings. Of course, they are damaged as well, and they may finally be lost. So when it comes to discussions with international community, this picture shows one of the meetings that took place in the National Science Academy in Ukraine. As for UNESCO, it is interested in a number of contemporary projects. Some of them are related to libraries. Some of them are related to broadly understood cultural heritage. So the area that was flooded by water after the damage of the dam in Kakhovka, more than 70 places that are important for culture were actually flooded. So when the water was gone, the question arose what to do with it. There was also a question in which direction we should go to develop in the circumstances that we are in. We think that the main direction to go is the digitalization. We would like to speed up this process. We are supported here by the equipment that we received as part of the support. So as I said, we need to accelerate this process. The second direction is to prepare information resources that will be accessible not only in Ukraine, but also online. So when we talk about protecting such resources, we mean not only protection of information, but also cybersecurity. So we are talking about physical protection of such places. We heard a lot today about what kind of support was provided when it comes to or facilities or rooms in libraries or museums. And in our case, we have this special facility for storage. We heard today that we cannot protect all documents. That's why, of course, the safe rooms that we have limited capacity, so we can only put a limited amount of materials in them. However, those facilities can only be used temporarily, so we need to think about some physical protection means. For example, if we were hit by a rocket, then what? What do we do? So we know we do not have a possibility to guarantee the right safety level and the right temperature levels, but of course we'll work on it. And when it comes to information resources, we have developed special warehouses that are disconnected from the network, and they are similar to safes where you save information. They are secured, and they are a protection against physical damage. So they are resistant to fire, to shock waves. So those activities are in progress, and we are accelerating their speed. So when it comes to information resources, the library has over 16 million storage units, and out of them 4 million are the so-called specialist collections, including manuscripts, maps, and documents related to arts, music, a big collection of newspapers covering documents up to date. There are some exhibits dating 3,000 years before Christ, some clay boards, for example. So obviously the storage of such a big number of exhibits is very difficult, because everything that is used to store those exhibits, these are all kinds of materials like bark, clay, wood, palm leaves, leather, parchment, paper, so all kinds of materials. So this diversity also needs to be taken into account in the activities that we have to undertake in our library. Of course, considering the exhibits that we have, we created a website of our library. We are now in the middle of the digitalization process, and the digital copies are entering our resources. So another very important direction is the scientific development of those documents. So we heard about some issues related to the fact that people leave Ukraine, they leave their institutions where they worked for a number of years. And we know that if you want to be a specialist or a professional in a very difficult domain, such as manuscripts and similar documents, you need a very long educational process. So we find all kinds of work formats like online form and so on. So we are very happy to hear that those specialists find work abroad, that they can work in libraries. So I would like to thank you very much for giving them this opportunity. So they are continuing their cooperation with us. They create a new scientific product. But we also realize that those specialists should be on site in Ukraine to take care of those documents, to digitize them. So there are some minor elements that make it impossible to work on those documents remotely. So it is very important to keep our team together, to keep our human resources, and to provide the necessary conditions that enable the people to work in Ukraine. So when there are bombing alarms, when we hear explosions, well, this is of course terrible. So for most of the time in the East, in the West, we are not so much affected as is the case for the East. But the situation is not comfortable, and a lot of people made the decision to leave Ukraine. So I will conclude my speech now. I would like to thank you again for your support and for your attention and an opportunity to appear here and to share our experience and our considerations related to your work.
Thank you very much, Dr. Koftaniuk. And now I have the pleasure to invite Ms. Paulina Florianowicz, Director of the National Institute of Museums. She's going to the stage. She's going to talk about Museum for Museums, the reaction of Polish museums and the National Institute of Museums and the public collections on the Russian aggression in Ukraine, priorities and actions. Thank you so much for this introduction. I'm a co-moderator of this session. Not that I was waiting so long for my turn. Let me start with a short explanation, some technical remark. Well, for several weeks we have been operating as a National Institute of Museums, and before that for 11 years as a National Museum and the Protection of Archives. That's why we somehow shortened this title. It was just too long, but you can meet two names. It's the same institution. When it comes to the help on the part of Polish museum toward Ukrainian museums, well, we have talked a lot about this assistance given by libraries, archives. In our case, there are two differences. The first one is that there's no such institution as ours in Ukraine. Actually, in the majority of European countries, there's no equivalent. There's no such an institution as ours because we monitor legislations, we educate, we perform some statistical analysis. So it's more, it has been actually invented by Scandinavian countries and some European countries, but these are mainly NGOs who deal with that. In Ukraine, there's no such institution as ours, so we do not have a partner there. Also, we are not a supervisor of any, let's say, institution in Poland. We are just a trigger, let's say, that somehow helps these activities like education, integration, coordination. So that's one difference. The other difference is a negative one, because you all emphasize solidarity, right, between nations, between librarians, archivists, against Russian invasion in Ukraine. Unfortunately, this is not the most important thing for museums, which is ICOM in this regard. And we have to talk out loud about that, because they have not excluded Russia from their structures, from their organization, did not suspend them. I mean, Russian members from their association organizations, despite evidence provided to them. Even the Russian museum workers boast about it, that they are still there. They take part in the meetings, in this events. So it was mentioned by one of these Russian museums in one of the interviews. So that's a huge difference here. Well, I don't want to go into details and reasons for such approach, but till this day, the central ECOM has not made any steps toward excluding Russia or Russian members from this association. Germany and Austria have already made certain initiatives for the benefit of collaboration, and this is a very small explanation. Just coming back to us, as I said, there's no such institution in Ukraine, so we are not responsible for any supervision over museums. Our domain is to exchange competences, show standards in museum fields, and also safety. Before the outbreak of war, our major domain for the last 30 years has been creating standards in the field of safety of museums and monuments, and that is why we have been collaborating with all services that can ensure such support, such assistance, and museums as well as monuments. What happened on 24th of February 2022, well, it was a sort of surprise for the world. I mean, the scale of this aggression. And our first reaction, or well, say the first reaction was to introduce some spontaneous activities, and we as an institution try to coordinate these activities. The most valuable were personal contacts. So those who had direct contacts started to get in touch with Ukrainian institutions and people and organize transportation for them. Of course, time played a huge, which was organized by 15 museums. And you can see the names of these museums. There are different types of museums from all over Poland, and all of them gathered and very quickly not purchased the materials because it all took time, but they split the obligation, and they somehow gave what they had, lowering their own security. But that was the need of the moment, right? Mr. Makowski mentioned at the end of his presentation that we had this trauma of 1939, and we did what we thought was important, what the world did not do during the Second World War, and now it was the same mechanism, right, as in the case of Poland during the war, the Second World War. We did what we felt was needed, right? But remember, this trauma is in us. We feel this trauma. I mean, to be aware of this trauma. It will not disappear with the end of the war. It will stay with you for the next years. So it will for sure play a significant role in the next years of our collaboration. Director Chuba mentioned the Center for Ukrainian Assistance, and as far as I know, they are dealing with other transportations for different types of institutions. So we decided to move on to different activities. We thought that in the majority of refugees, among the majority of refugees, there are for sure female museum workers who came to Poland without money. So we had to identify these people. The same was done by archivists, by librarians. So we thought that we wanted to help these museum workers not only to find job, which was not difficult to do, but we also wanted to prepare them to work in Poland in different realia. For example, legal realia, right? Because museums operate in different legal regulations because they operate based on EU regulations that are not present in Ukraine. That's why we organized the first training, ABC of Polish museums in the Ukrainian language. It was organized online to those museum workers who were living in Poland at that time. And we were quite surprised because the majority of the participants, almost 200 that enrolled in the first training, were actually museum workers still working in Ukraine and wanting to continue their work in Ukraine. And that was a strong strong initiative, important initiatives to give lectures during this three-day training, online training. It was in November last year. A lot of shooting, a lot of attacks, also interruptions in electricity and so on. But the training went on. There were discussions, debates, conversations. We could see a lot of people who were engaged, but sitting in shelters, listening and taking part in these trainings, using power banks. They were wearing winter clothes. That was a huge shock, and it was hard for us to see that, this reality, Ukrainian reality. And that training was then supplemented by a study visit in Warsaw museums for those who were able to take part in this study visit, so those who are living in Poland, or for those who are able to come to Poland to have this study visit. And we were grateful for that. The training was successful. That is why we did that again in June this year, and it aroused a lot of interest. And there were almost only Ukrainian museum workers. And that's an example of good things arising from bad things. Because it somehow intensified. This collaboration intensified because of this war, these bad activities, actions. And we asked them, is this training meeting your needs? Would you change anything in the training? And we learned that those participants who are not able to, have regular exhibitions, museum exhibitions, but what they can do other exhibitions, online exhibitions, for example, but you need content for that, digital content. That is why we asked them a question, what sort of resources they needed, because we have digital resources, Polish ones, made available by museums, but also other institutions, but they didn't know how to access them, how to use them, and, how to do it legally, basically. And that was a challenge for us, but because we deal with digitalization of museums, we knew something about that. So we performed such a training, and actually we organized such a training. It will take place in autumn this year, and you can actually now get enrolled, because as far as I know, the enrollment had just started. You can go to our website or our contact point and get enrolled in the training until the first days of October. The limit is 250 participants. A lot of institutions are going to take part in this training, and they're going to share information about their resources. So thank you so much from this place to them. So that's an example of such collaboration, going forward. And also, it shows the need of Ukrainian museum workers. We want to look for the history, right? Polish history that had not been presented before in Ukraine, and they need it. They say, we want Polish history, digital resources to present them in our Ukrainian museums, and we want to provide these resources to them. Coming back to assistance in the first days, the museums also opened their space for refugees, whether living rooms or other spaces. They all were turned into flats or temporary living places, homes, let's say. But there are certain questions that arose. Can the museum buy a washing machine, for example? Because we had to do that. These were matters that had to be arranged, and we had to explain those issues, I remember, legally, right? We want everything to be done, in accordance with the binding law. At this point, we don't have these refugees anymore, but there's still collaboration and different forms of support that we provide. What was also successful were actually lessons for kids organized by museums all over Poland, because we had to make them busy, right? they need to do something until their moms could organize their lives anew. I remember phone calls from museums that more and more kids were coming, so we need more and more lessons and classes, and there was a huge demand for these classes for sure.
Muzea też udzielają schronienia.
Museums are also shelters.
Chociaż nie są one formalnie
Shelters, I mean, let's say kind of storage facilities, long-term facilities. Here you can see a national museum in Poznań city, but also other museums take on the same similar activities, whether it's castle in Warsaw or other institutions that arranged temporary exhibitions of Ukrainian collections delivered from Ukraine as a kind of rental, you know. And this aroused a lot of interest among Polish citizens. Here you can see a very dramatic exhibition by Malczewski in the Poznań National Museum, which I believe has been prolonged 3 times already, and a lot of visitors come to see this exhibition. But these are museum-like activities that are being done, but they also got engaged in different kinds of activities. For example, the Przemyśl Museum at the very border, they made available their space, storage spaces for a huge medical facility. And the president of Minister Council gives funds for that medical equipment, medical products that are delivered to this place. Doctors also come to that place and they support Ukrainians at the border, especially those fighting, soldiers, but also medical workers, especially in the battlefield. So we need this medical facility, right? And this is where it is. It has been organized in one of our museums, basically. And as I said, we do certain statistical analysis as well. We have to calculate, count things. From the very beginning, we actually collected information, and we have been collecting information. Which museums got engaged in terms of museums, of course, but also in humanitarian activities. Last year, we mapped almost 400 such initiatives undertaken by 160 museums. Probably there are more of them. We have not been able to reach all of them, but this is what we were able to count. And all of them have been honored by the diploma by the Ministry of Heritage and National Heritage and Culture. And probably these diplomas will go to museums in Poland as well, because they are a great testimony of our joint or common history. And at the end, let me share with you, in the first days of the war, we also created a contact point for Ukrainian museums and museum professionals, which is operating all the time, and it is headed by or run by our friend from Ukraine, who found a shelter in Poland, and she answers any questions, not only related to direct help, but also to enrollment trainings that we have or will be conducting. But she also supports museums, Ukrainian museums, that are looking for partners for different projects in Polish museums. We mentioned combining one agricultural library with another agricultural library. Well, we get like composers, composer museum, and so on and so on. Do you have a similar one in Poland or in Ukraine? We want to find, let's say, equivalent museums or libraries and so on. It's sometimes hard to find one, but she is responsible for such help as well, to find equivalent museums in this case. So feel invited to feel free to contact with us. Thank you so much.
Pani dyrektor, bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much for this speech. The timekeeping is very good. Okay, so now I will assume my second identity. Okay, to continue, our session. So we'll go back to archives. I would like to invite Mr. Jarosław Fajzulin, the head of the Central Archive in Europe, in Ukraine, to tell us about his experience. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for organizing such a big event and for the possibility to share the experience of Ukraine when it comes to storing and protecting documents in the war conditions. So we need to say that the 24th of February 2022, okay, there are some technical problems with the presentation. Okay, what if we go back? Okay, so the 24th of February 2022 was to be an ordinary work day for our workers. There were some monthly reports to be prepared. There was a trip planned for the National Remembrance Institute. However, at 5 in the morning, the war started, and it changed our plans. So we had to save the documents from the archive. We had to put everything in storage facilities to fire protection safes, personal files, record files. This all needs to be secured. We prepared some regulations regarding remote work, and in the first days of the war, a lot of archivists went to the west of Ukraine and some went abroad. And employees were also given tasks that they could perform online. For example, creating descriptions, process digital resources, and so on. So despite the war, the website was operative all the time, and we used it to provide some information. For example, on the 27th of February, in Facebook, we published an appeal for support for Ukrainian archivists due to the barbaric invasion. And then we published information that applications from citizens and of Russia and organizations from Russia will no longer be considered. So after Kiev region was no longer under occupation, on the 2nd of April 2023, some employees came back to work on site, some continued to work online, and after March 31st, we organized all kinds of exhibitions. For example, we have a documentary exhibition to commemorate the 155th birthday of a renowned Ukrainian historian, Alexei Markevich. So, for example, on the 3rd of May 2022, we welcomed Polish people. We presented a copy of the Constitution of the Republic of Poland of both nations, and from the beginning of April 2022, the archive came back to work on inquiries and appeals from citizens. In Chernihiv, the archive was destroyed, That was the archive where we kept information on the special security service in Russia. So we have over 1,300,000 storage units, hundreds of millions of pages, and to evacuate such a museum, we would need 65 wagons and 63 days, which is impossible in the circumstances we were in, especially that Ukraine was under attack and under a big threat. So the war justified the direction we decided to follow in 2019, meaning the digitalization of our materials, as we think this is the most effective way of storing and preserving information. Unfortunately, the results in the last decade were not that good. We can say it's actually a lost decade. And since 2022, this archive is a leader in digitizing archive resources in Ukraine. We signed a contract with a relevant institution, and we started the digitalization process. So according to the contract, around 13,600,000 pages of documents are to be digitized in the next few years. These are mainly religious documents, but not only. These are also court, military, educational documents, and documents issued by other institutions. So this project has been in progress for a year now, and during that time, we digitized over 85,000 storage units and over 3.5 million pages of documents. And we digitized one of the biggest resources of the National Archives in 65%. And our archive covers the area of 358 square meters. We also have a collection of metric books dating back to 18th century, beginning of the 20th century, as on 31st August 2022. On the Family Search platform, there were thousands of documents from our historical archives. Our historical archive also cooperates with other partners, with Jewish organizations, for example. So we also cooperate with Polish Genealogy Association. And as part of this cooperation, we digitized several hundred books. We also digitize and promote documents that are a key to searching for archival information. At the turn of 22-23, we digitized 100% of descriptions in the museum, 480 volumes of information, and now everyone can access this information that is made available by the National Archives. We now work on refining those descriptions, on fine-tuning the catalogs, and so on. And what is most important when it comes to providing the digital copies of documents is to create an adequate platform. This platform makes it possible to enter millions of digital copies. It has a unified structure when it comes to providing information. The search system is easy and simple to use. You can search by context, for example. So the presentation of those platforms was made on the 13th of April 2023 in the National Agency uniform. platform. And as on today, we have improved 423 descriptions, which you can search by names of places, by names of churches, or any other criteria. Plus, there is 1,100,000 digital copies of documents about history of Ukraine and contain important genealogic information. So this portal was also joined by a national museum in Lviv, and we have over 5 million digital copies of documents from our partners. So to do that, I mean the digitalization process, you need the necessary equipment. So the Central Historical Archive, together with our international partners, tries to improve the standard of equipment. So especially in 2002, the historical archives received 1.5 million from the Heritage Protection Association, and with this money we bought hard drives, copying equipment, photo equipment. So that was a big injection for us. Thanks to the support from the Polish Genealogy Association, we created 5 working stations with scanners so that the users could scan documents themselves. So we also have some support from our German partners. We received 3 special fire retardant cabinets for storing documents, power generators, fire extinguishers, and so on. So this support is very important for us so that we can preserve our heritage. So this platform is a good solution for experiencing archiving experience. And that's why I would like to focus on cooperation now, especially since we have a very good experience here. At the beginning of 2000, 2 central archives in Kiev and Lviv were participating in a European program aimed at collecting all kind of resources kept in foreign archives. As a result of this, the results of this program were presented in Strasbourg at the beginning of opening an enormous exhibition. At the beginning of 2007, our archive participated in a project that involved Belarus, Lithuania, Poland, and this project was aimed at describing the Radziwiłł dynasty heritage. Those documents were entered into the UNESCO register. When it comes to documents in our archives, they include a lot of documents from the 16th and 17th century. So there is a lot of cooperation between the historical archives with Polish partners. So we digitized materials dating back to 16th and 17th century. And now, together with the Polish Academy of Sciences, we are organizing a cooperation between our institutions. We want to restore the digitization projects, and we would like to finish this soon, because that was the beginning of our archives. So at the end of 19th century, we had 6,000 books in the archives. 4,000 were lost during the war, and now we have only 2,000, out of which we have digitized only 1/4. So most collections in Ukraine are related both to Ukraine and Poland. So what is most interesting interesting here are the metric books and other documents related to different families, dynasties, some religious documents related to uprisings in Poland, some imperial commissions that analyze documents related to those uprisings. Collections, including some documents concerning the royal families, noblemen, and so on. So these are very interesting information. These were also documents regarding some Russian, Polish, and Ukrainian politicians. We have a lot of pictures, of course, and I would like to say that our Central Historical Archive is open to cooperate with Polish institutions. We would like to have some common projects. I'm convinced that the promotion of the heritage will deepen the relationships between our nations that are based on respect and partnership. So I would like to thank Poland and the Polish citizens.
Bardzo dziękuję za to naprawdę poruszające i bardzo ciekawe wystąpienie. Ja zapraszam naszego następnego referenta, doktora Michała Zubara, stypendystę Ministra Kultury i Dziedzictwa Narodowego w ramach programu.
So, as part of Gaude Polonia project in Polin Museum, so we would like to have a representative of this museum to share his experience. Good afternoon. I will try to speak in Polish, so if I make any mistakes, please conducting my research. The collections, or will they focus on evacuating their families? Will they be able to follow instructions, and to what extent will these instructions, regulations will be enforceable in crisis condition? So these are perhaps the main questions we should be asking ourselves when planning an evacuation and designing its mechanisms. So I think that it's quite unlikely that we get accurate answers before we actually find ourselves in a crisis situation. However, I believe that the entire evacuation system should be designed in such a way to facilitate the work of people who will save collections. So our museum workers face two types of work: hybrid one in 2014 and full-scale military invasion in 2022. Therefore, the scale of challenges faced by Ukrainian museums varied significantly depending on the type of war. So in 2014, while in 2022 the problem of evacuation affected most Ukrainian museums. So the analysis of this experience shows how important the organizational system is in a major crisis situation. In 2014, Ukrainian museums theoretically used regulations regarding evacuation in the event of war, which derived from the structures of evacuation and protection of museum collections. So the only document that clearly regulated the activities of museum in the field of evacuation and security of collections was an instruction on the protection of museum and artistic treasures against means of mass destruction dating back to 1970. At the same time, the provision of this document went far beyond powers and possibilities of museums. But as practice shows, even the recommendations contained therein have not been coordinated with others, including sectoral documents regarding the evacuation of museums and collections. So in practice, the question of who exactly issues an evacuation order and takes responsibility for the possible loss of exhibits, who organizes evacuation points, or who provides transports have not been solved. Moreover, when Crimea and eastern Ukraine found themselves in the war zone in 2014, it was not possible to implement existing documents and plans, and museum staff could not use them due to unclear legal status of the situation. So at the beginning of the hybrid war, there was no martial law declared because the situation was uncertain. And however, the anti-terrorist operation regime was announced in the condition when it was no longer possible to organize and evacuate collections, both in Crimea, where an illegal referendum was already held, as well as in other areas of Donetsk and Luhansk regions. So speaking of practicalities, I guess evacuation plans developed for museums by Ministry of Culture and local cultural departments responsible for museums should regulate specific aspects of an evacuation operation, including who can order it and when it should start. So it would be necessary to specify authorities responsible for announcing the beginning of the evacuation, determining its place, preparation of a list and number of material and cultural treasures, determining the order of evacuation, and coordinating the whole process. Moreover, a preventive evacuation procedure should be developed with respect to material and cultural treasures in the event of threats that could damage them. In my opinion, this can be argued by the fact that directors of local museums responsible for the protection of collections often have more up-to-date information about the actual situation than the central authorities. So the institution's directors are responsible for ensuring that collections are safe. So if it would have been possible to issue an evacuation order for Ukrainian museums in advance, the museum staff would have had more time to prepare for it, to pack collections and organize their transport. It should be noted here that the problem of institutions located in frontline zone or at risk places was in the first place the fact that the security protocols and legal documents they used did not differ from those followed by museums in other regions. So due to delayed management decisions or their absence, these institutions did not have a theoretical chance to pack and evacuate their collections on time. So this situation described above shows that the decision-making procedure should be fairly simple and clear to all actors that could also work bottom-up, that is, on the initiative of the museum directors. Theoretically, the sequence of actions and decisions should be defined in executive plans prepared in advance by relevant central and local authorities, coordinated with museum plans and provided to cultural institutions. So in the case of Ukrainian museums, the responsibility for evacuation, which is at the same time assigned to both central authorities and local bodies and managers of business entities without defining a clear decision-making procedure, in fact led to organizational confusion and lack of consistency in the evacuation process. It is important to emphasize that when the full-scale invasion began, museums did not have a clear and practical procedure for the evacuation of cultural and material treasure, and often museum plans were not coordinated with executive acts, if any, of local or central authorities. Evacuation plans must also include, and that is very important, the estimated numbers and dimensions and even the estimated weight of museum objects suitable for evacuation. This is very important when calculating the amount of packaging materials and means of transport necessary for the evacuation of a specific museum. It should also be remembered that museum workers are not logistics specialists and cannot estimate on their own the optimal number of means of transport, so it would be very useful to have the support of authorities and logistics companies. It is also necessary to collect supplies of packaging materials in museums. This question, however, is not as simple as it may seem, because we all realize that there is not enough storage space in museums. It is not easy to provide an appropriate place to collect packaging materials for the entire collection. However, this is necessary, for example, for the objects from the so-called top value group, which meaning these are those that are to be evacuated first. So in fact, there will be no time, no capacity, no staff to bring these materials to the museum in the event of a war outbreak. So in the first day of the invasion, a common problem for all institutions was to provide materials, packaging containers, and transport cases for evacuating collections. And there were no preventive measures regarding the purchase of packaging and construction materials that would ensure safety of exhibits that are not suitable for transport. It may lead to a situation where museum workers will have to look for building materials and buy them for cash in the first day of war. This may be very difficult or even impossible due to their shortage. So even though applicable instructions require the purchase of necessary amount of materials of this type, and the experience from 2014 showed the importance of this issue, the lack of budget funds made it impossible to purchase them in advance and deliver them to museums in a centralized way. As a result, most institutions had to urgently find packaging materials on their own. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you once again for the help we received from Poland in the first day of the invasion. The first vehicles have already arrived into our museums in March 2022. So thank you very much for this help and support. So transport and security is another issue that needs to be solved. So this means that at least in an ideal situation, museums should have transport provider or should rent a company to handle these tasks. If a museum plans to evacuate by train, it must take into account issues like access to the station, loading of the collection, and its protection. We all know that when everyone is looking for transport means, it will not be easy to find them quickly. There can also be a fuel shortage. You should also take into account that transport time may differ significantly from that during peace. For example, if before the war the trip from Kiev to Lviv took 8 to 9 hours, it could take as many as 30 to 40 hours at the beginning of the war. Okay, I mean the first days of the war. So plus fuel prices may increase significantly compared to prices before the war. The gas station can also run out of fuel. The shortage of packaging staff and evacuation of exhibits and collection may also be a serious problem. So in case of danger, every museum worker will ask themselves what to do, whether to save their own family or the exhibits. This is normal, a human question. Besides, in the case of Ukrainian museums, there was a certain contradiction between the process of evacuating civilians, mobilization issues, and ensuring the safety of collections. The next question, where to take the collections? I mean, the evacuation places. These must be defined clearly and in advance. It is important to prepare temporary shelters on site in the museum, because even in an ideal situation, transports can be late. Curfew may be introduced, or shelling may start, or there will be not enough personnel to load the exhibits. So it would be good to provide temporary places to store at least the most valuable exhibits, as Tatiana said, and the director of the National Library from Kiev. The applicable documents should theoretically regulate the routes and evacuation points of monuments, staff assembly points, and the order of assignment of vehicles and security. A theoretically possible solution seems to be the evacuation of museum collections to other countries.
No dobrze. Na początku wojny.
At the beginning of the full-scale war, we even had offers from several Polish museums. However, this type of evacuation required an urgent amendment of state regulations and government resolutions. Therefore, in accordance with the norms applicable in the crisis situation, it was impossible to organize the transport of cultural treasures across the border. Later, exhibition of the most valuable items in Polish museums were a kind of an evacuation solution, but it was only possible when the situation has already changed a bit. So I would like to underline again the need to work out a nationwide evacuation system, a system coordinated between all its entities, both in terms of developing a legal basis, executive acts, and practical aspects. The system would also have to provide procedures for the evacuation of accounting documents and museum archives. In addition, a change, for example, to the reporting system for evacuated museums, the organization of their work and the work of teams during evacuation periods would also be necessary. Therefore, at the end of my speech, I would like to raise one important issue. Shouldn't we talk more about the safety of collections in the context of evacuation at times when museums have long ceased to be only depositories of collections, but have become cultural centers, guardians, and researchers of memory and identity? Shouldn't we talk about ensuring safety not only for the collection, but also for the entire museum? As the experience of Ukrainian museums shows, most of them still work whenever possible, and that is also unique and allows us to look again at the function of museum in today's society. After all, they are the ones making a lot of effort now to collect and save both material heritage and memory. Of course, in this situation, evacuation does not mean suspension of museum activities. It is important to emphasize that we all wish it wasn't only the collections, but also the museum institutions themselves that survived the war. That's why, in this context, I think we should talk not only about ensuring security of the collections, but also about the possibilities and forms in which museums can function as institutions, as they are collectors and guardians of memory and identity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and let me thank you for this strong collaboration with the Institute when trying to work out new guidelines for Polish museums, because, let's be honest, our situation, maybe not in all aspects, but it's quite similar, to be honest. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker, for some objective reasons, was not able to come here from Krakow, but hopefully we can connect with Ms. Irina Żurawlewa, Director of the Central Scientific Library in Krakow. Welcome. Madam.
Dzień dobry, szanowne państwo. Serdeczne witania z Charkowa.
Good afternoon. Welcome from Krakow.
Моя доповідь має назву «Харків. Збереження культурної спадщини під час війни».
My presentation is entitled Preserving Cultural Heritage During the War.
Сьогодні, 26 вересня, триває...
Today, on the 23rd of September, is 55th day of the war. And the enemy is shooting at the Ukraine, attacking at the Ukraine. And as a result of this aggression, when it comes to cultural heritage, it's a catastrophe, actually, because a lot of facilities have already been destroyed. A report given by the Economic School includes the period from 24th of February 2022 until the same day of 2023, and it is said that at least 1,800 facilities have been, cultural units have been destroyed. The number is on the increase because the war is still going on, and as a result of this aggression in Odessa, certain institutions have been destroyed that are on the list of UNESCO.
Харків і область стали першим пропуском.
Kharkov and the Kharkov region is a first contact point when it comes to the war and attacks from Russia. A global initiative, Putin initiative, has been organized by an organization that deals with human rights. And it has registered over 50,000 of war violations, murders, and Kharkov is on the second place when it comes to the number of destroyed, damaged institutions, cultural institutions. In Kharkov region, UNESCO honored the House of the World. It's a museum of totalitarianism, Skoworody Museum, Landscape Museum, Kopiańsko, and other museums. According to the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine, for the first half of the 2023, as a result of Russian aggression, over 27 units have been destroyed, and this is the biggest number in the whole Ukraine. Let me repeat this. On the 19th of September 2023, these events were presented, discussed by the Minister of Culture during the opening of Lviv International Library Forum. And then he said that in Ukraine, Russians destroyed over 220 libraries and damaged almost 400 of them. And the scale of damage of library collections amounts to 180 millions. The Krakow University during the war, because of the attacks of Russian rockets, one of the buildings was destroyed because of this attack wave. The university buildings, they destroyed, damaged and destroyed windows, but also rooms, including libraries. A university library is one of the oldest library in Ukraine and the eastern part of Europe, and it started its operation in 1805. It's an historical library. In the slide, you can see a design of this library, and one of the constructors was also actually a Pole. Back then, this architectural project design was appreciated in Poland, in the whole Europe. In the whole Europe. Based on the regulation of the Ministry of Culture, 85,000 of units that stored old prints, manuscripts, and other publications and books. In 2021, in March 2021, after the attack of rockets, when these rockets hit the palace, then this historical building suffered, and around 100 windows were damaged, rooms were damaged, ceilings were damaged, and as a result of this attack, the temperature changed. There was no electricity, no water, no heating. That's how it looked. The center still looked like this on 22nd of March. This is the work palace after these Russian attacks. It is at the palace. There's a library at the palace. And you can see it here. That was how it looked actually before the attack, and now how it looked after the attack. These are the interior of the library after this 22nd of March. Now the library has an important task to perform activities to remove the results of this attack. It was really hard because a lot of workers left Kharkov. The subway was used as a shelter, and when there was a possibility to reach this place, then workers would come back to work, and they had discussions. We actually asked some international libraries for discussions to ensure support and assistance to secure the most valuable collections. And this is a horrifying photo from March last year. Thousands of people waiting for evacuation in the center of Kharkov. The first discussions that took place at that time to get support, assistance, were conducted by the director of Jagiellonian University and other directors of other Polish institutions. And we gave them information what we need to protect these collections. With the support of the Polish National Institution and other Polish initiatives, we were able to conduct activities to protect these collections with the help, with the use of foil, stretch materials, and other materials. We were able to return electricity, water access, and we also fought fungi and other problems on the walls and ceilings. Unfortunately, because of the fungi, the maps suffered. We preserved the digital copies of these maps, but the real ones got destroyed. And this is the help actually that we got from Poland. For example, fire extinguishers or fire blankets, foils, disinfectants for walls. These are all photos after the discussion that we had with the directors of libraries, Polish libraries and institutions. With the support of the Kościuszki Foundation, the library received professional dryer and humidifiers and scanners in 2023, exactly at the beginning of 2023. We are so grateful to our partners, international partners, because thanks to that we can preserve our heritage and our collections. These are the photos when we got this international help and assistance, and now we are collaborating with the Jagiellonian University, with specialist experts from the center, and we prepared a catalog of Polish old prints, and there are several names that you can see in the slide, of course with the support of the university that I mentioned before. I hope that in October this catalog will be printed. In accordance with the agreement with the Jagiellonian University, we organized some traineeship internships for our workers. So thank you so much for that initiative to the director. Polish Library newspaper contains my article on what happened after this attack. So thank you so much to this National Library for doing that. And I know that they also publish some separate editions of journals, articles, by professionals, experts from Krakow, Odessa, Kyiv, and some of them were devoted to these murders against cultural heritage. Ms. Iwona Sokolska participated actively in a seminar. Thank you to the Technical University of Łódź, Ms. Grzywaczewski, the graduate of the university in November 22, actually did a movie on these attacks, on the library, and also on the help that we received from Poland. And it was done with the help of the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage of the Republic of Poland. It is important to mention that before the war, we created a scriptorium, a sort of electronic archive, which is called Sanctuarium, and there we publish articles, papers that are available also in a Polish library, and they are also presented in the digital form in the US Congress website. We collaborate with different IT, system companies, let's say. And here you can see digital electronic newspapers, Ukrainian newspapers. In 2018, we also created an electronic archive, and it was within a partnership of different institutions. When looking at the statistics of visitors, 120 countries all over the world visit this website, which is a lot. It's a huge number. A lot of people use our collections. We are still collaborating with newspapers. Our experts and specialists restore our newspapers, then they are digitized, and then they are put in a special folder or file, and with a special material they are preserved, and we receive this material within this humanitarian help. We also have a wide format scanner, A1. Up to 600 PPI, and thanks to that, we are able to scan our documents in a PDF format. We store digital files. We also have other equipment to store materials and documents. The servers are stored in a safe place, but unfortunately, during the attack, some of the servers were destroyed. Our specialists are still working on restoring the servers. Unfortunately, we have not been able to restore it completely, but we are working on that. The condition of the museums, university museums, like archaeological museums, for example, this began their operation many years ago. Although they have also been destroyed, they are still operating. They are trying to come back to normal after the attacks in Maidan and Krakow. The storage facility with a large number of collections were flooded, and it was hard for us to pump out the water because every day there were attacks. We lacked electricity, heating. The majority of workers left the city at that time. So liters of water were pumped out, and a lot of collections and exhibitions were damaged as a result of this flood. And when the water was pumped out completely, then we could start drying this exhibition and collections. And when the electricity came back, then we installed equipment to heat up the place. So the humidity was 100%, and then it lowered till 50%. So 50%, and it lasted. Well, they spent many days to do so, to preserve these collections. Around 1,000 exhibits actually were affected, and they were prepared for evacuation and to deliver them to safer places of Ukraine. Then another example, landscape museum, one of the oldest ones in Europe, over 230 exhibits. The roof was just damaged, and windows were damaged. The heating system was damaged. At least partially. Here you can see destroyed and damaged windows, and the roof also damaged, as you can see. With the help that the museums got from different institutions from Ukraine, Poland, Germany, Switzerland, we were able to continue our work on our exhibits, and a big number of packaging equipment for preservation was able to be done because thanks to this help, which went through Polish foundations, Kościuszki Foundation, for example, and other institutions. The Ukrainian Institute, Archaeological Museum, they all got scanners to preserve information that was on videos, photos, old prints, and so on and so forth.
університету відомий український письменник, поет, музикант Сергій
The honorary doctor Serhiy Zhadan, a very well-known writer, he also
внесок на відновлення університетської
contributed to the restoration of the Serhiy Zhadan library that you can see in the picture. He's also, and Ms. Kachanowska, the lecturer of the university, also made a huge contribution to this restoration.
створили такі проекти, реалізують проекти.
Some other projects have been created as well in Krakow region, and it was entitled During the Time of War. Another type of library and museum. We are working on these institutions to provide proper conditions for these preservation activities and restoration activities. Unfortunately, the library can operate. It operates online, and in August, actually, it opened a photographic exhibition by a Polish photographer, photo descriptions of Russian murders.
В березні 22-го року вже приїхав до України, щоб розпочати документування.
At the end of March this year, he came to Ukraine to document Russian murders.
У Польщі.
This is an exhibition that is shown in Poland. It shows damaged libraries in Krakow. These libraries that are in the city, but also those that are at different higher schools. The workers in February moved there. They moved the equipment, like computers, to a safe place. But despite this, the equipment was also damaged because of the flood that I mentioned before. And this is the house after the rocket attack. As you can see, it was damaged. Another university was damaged. This is the pedagogical university. There was also a library next to this university. As you can see, this is the prosecution office building. It shows the level of damage in general in the city. Also, some of the libraries were located in the occupied area, and they decided to move the exhibits away to a different place, to shelters. What I want to say is actually that despite the fact that Krakow is far from Poland, our joint history is a very long history, a very rich history. Poles participate in the political, cultural, and historical life of Ukrainians, and they developed economy in the Krakow region. Here you can see some publication devoted to this process, which was published in Krakow. As for other types of collaboration, well, it doesn't involve a consulate. General Consulate, Republic of Poland Consulate was opened in Krakow and was established in Krakow. And here you can see Sylwia Potocka, Seweryn Potocki, who also took part in the social life, educational life of Ukrainians. And he was also an active member of the library at that time, and here you can see a place where you can find information about this person and what she did or he did for the library. Apart from that, there are more and more people important for the culture of Poland, and they are enlisted in the slide here, and they took part in the establishment of our joint history, I mean Polish and Ukrainian history. Apart from writers, and we can also find architects here, musicians. As you can see in the slide, you can see there are actually the names of these people, these figures. And at this university, a very well-known activist, Józef Piłsudski, studied. And here you can see information. You can see some information sort of like a memorial plate that can be found on the wall of this university. There is also a Polish language cathedral, which operated at the philological faculty of the university. There were a lot of Polish students that studied there in this university. Many activists lived in Krakow. For example, Stanisław Ostrowski, Bronisława Ostrowska, a poet, on 23rd of March 2022, a sculpture, totalitarianism sculpture, was destroyed. It was actually the memorial of victims of totalitarianism, and this is a place that actually witnessed the murders by Russia. And this is how it looked, how it looks now. And probably know that the first movie by Wajda, Katyn, was shown in Krakow, for the first time. It was actually the first emission of the video that happened in Krakow. And here you can see the citation regarding the fact that you cannot destroy, even during the war, any cultural heritage, facilities, institutions, buildings. As a majority of Ukrainians, we thought that it would not happen, and we were not prepared for the war. You need to predict such things. You need to plan such things properly to secure such collections against potential threat of the war. Today, the library is working on scanning, books. We are creating an electronic library, but still there is a risk, so we need to learn how to live in different conditions, endangered conditions, and still you need to take care of this cultural heritage. You need to work on that, and need to restore what is left. You need to do some conservatory works on what is left. We are very grateful and want to say once again that we want to say thank you to all the organizations that have been supporting libraries in Ukraine. We also want to thank our colleagues from Poland who have been supporting us, and also the Polish nation for your assistance. Thank you so much for your attention, and I'm open for any collaboration. Thank you.
Pani dyrektor, to my dziękujemy, że pani się zgodziła z nami spotkać z tak daleka.
Thank you for presenting your story. Just very important information. Well, we'll have discussion, but backstage, because of lack of time. But before we finish, just a short information. Director Ms. Agnieszka Kolel-Morawska asked for the possibility to say a few words with regard to a different type of institution, but also regarding culture, heritage, artistic institutions. Thank you so much.
Okay, so thank you for letting me say something. So I'm under a big impression of today and the great presentations that were delivered here. So all the presentations show your spirit, show the spirit of the Ukrainian people. We see it, we want to help you, but the spirit is the basis, is the key to everything. I think it's a heroism of the Ukrainian people, and I really appreciate what they are showing to the world. I would like to ask you to, let's say, leave the world of museums and libraries for a little while, as I represent the department which supervises national cultural institutions in Poland. And in Poland, we have around 120 institutions of this type. So a large number of artistic institutions, meaning theaters, operas, musical theaters, modern art galleries, are also historic buildings, which means that they have museum-like collections. They have major archive resources, which are important for the national culture. And also, they very often have collections referred to as library, or these are collections that are part of the cultural heritage. So my request is however, I would like to underline that cultural heritage buildings is something that we should also take into account in the future. I would like to say that I really appreciate that it was said that the support team will also focus on artistic institutions, because thanks to that, we were able to identify the needs, which are enormous. So the symbol of the barbaric attitude, barbaric behavior towards the world of culture, the artistic world, is the bombarded theater in Mariupol. I think you all remember this image. This situation also shows that cultural institutions, artistic institutions during the war are also used as shelters, as meeting points for people, places where people should feel secure. So in the beginning, the requests that we received seemed to be hard to understand. Some household equipment and equipment to organize your everyday life, the life of people who were actually looking for shelter in the artistic institutions. Of course, there were also requests for power generators to make it possible for the artistic institutions to continue their functioning. So yeah, in this situation, you need like really big power generators. It was also a challenge for us, and it was very inspiring as well. A few words about Ukrainian artists who came to Poland, about authors, so as refugees. So I remember from some news coverage, which we used to watch 24 hours a day, I remember an elderly lady, and when she was asked what her occupation was, she said that she was a professor of a music academy. There was no difference between her and other refugees, and I think this is what war does. It makes us all equal in the unhappiness and misery. And from the very beginning of this conflict, the Minister of Culture was trying to create the necessary legal conditions for Ukrainian refugees. He also remembered about artists. So there is this regulation allowing to provide some artistic scholarships to Ukrainian authors, and it's nothing extravagant. An author must be able to create, must be able to express himself or herself. And that's why the Polish state provided this opportunity to all people who requested it. The Center of Contemporary Art, the Adam Mickiewicz Institute, a Literary Institute, and other institutions were all help and support centers. authors. We think that we spent roughly 8 million zloty for this support, and some of it went also to persecuted Belarusian authors. We hope that the bad times will be over, and this extraordinary attitude, this bravery, and very specific actions and support will stay with us as the image of the Ukrainian artistic world. So again, I pay my respects, and I thank you very much for this very important information. So on behalf of my team, I would like to thank all the speakers, both those who are here in the room, especially our guests from Ukraine who arrived here to participate in this conference, as well as all online participants and online speakers. I don't know how many there were. Surely we will find out soon. So thank you very much for your participation. And I would now like to ask you to give a round of applause to Liliana Pochwalska and the whole team who made this event possible in the online format. So that's the advantage of the pandemic. So all those solutions became technically possible. And I would also like to thank the interpreters, because thanks to them, we can actually reach the world. And after the lunch, which will be served in the foyer, we will ask you to the International Cultural Center at Rynek 25 to join us for the evening part of this event. So Main Square 25, or that corner of the main square where there is the City Hall tower. So surely you will be able to get there at 4 o'clock.